All right, and we're live. So today we're gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, the second episode, also known as The Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. Yesterday was mainly a flashback scene for most of the session anyways, and we were following the story of Ayato Hinagami after he returned home from the war. Um, yeah, he survived the war, surprisingly, even though all of his friends and comrades, his entire unit was wiped out. So he came back to Hitogata settlement with the main aim of basically, solving the mystery behind the murder of Satsuki, because that was all that really kept him going. He witnessed so much death and stuff on the battlefield, and yet the thing that haunted him most was the sight of Satsuki's corpse being suspended at the Tori gate. So yeah, he returned, and of course there was a big. I don't even know if I can call it a big reunion, because the reactions were of most of the villagers were kind of, oh well, I guess he's back and survived. Except, of course, Karen, who was we was very happy to see him. But yeah, she was more like the exception, and Yuka maybe showed some emotion as well. But that was pretty much it. So most of the people just accepted it, and that was about it. It's the most you can expect upon returning alive from a war in Hitogata, apparently. But yeah, be that as it may, he got into it right away. And it was a little bit of a difficult investigation because, of course, the village elders were not very happy to talk to him about that kind of stuff. The oracle or the incidents that happened, pretty much anything that was like more than surface level. So he did some investigating on his own. He went to the police guy, Takayama, in the station, was still living his usual life, and you know boredom filled life, I guess you could say. And he actually let him look into the case files, but even though he wasn't supposed to. But there was not really anything noteworthy except for the fact that he found out that Satsuki lived in the storehouse of the shrine. But yeah, that was pretty much it. And he looked into previous cases of the curse. And in that connection, he found out by looking at the newspaper that his mother died like 1 day after a previous case of the curse, where a certain Keiko Zaizen was murdered, and supposedly she killed herself because of adultery, because Shizuru was somehow involved with her or something. And yeah, so she was apparently pretty poor, that Keiko lady, and she had a bar that Shizuru frequented, and the police inspector Inui at least suspects that because they were lending her money all the time, that kind of led to problems. And so yeah, because of that, we definitely got some more information on that front. Um, what else? Oh yeah, I guess he kind of wanted to seek confirmation on all that adultery stuff. So he went to Yuzuru after discarding the idea of basically breaking into his father's room and looking for evidence. So he went to Yuzuru, and he basically said, "Yeah, your father was a real playboy, yada yada," and basically confirmed everything. He didn't even bat an eye at all that. So he was just kind of joking about it. Yeah, don't make women cry like your father. So yeah, that was pretty much confirmed. And he also found out during his investigations that this was basically just a rumor previously, but that the oracle always marries into the Hinagami family. So his mother was an oracle, and his grandmother as well. Um, I forgot what her name was. I think no, I think Ryoko was from the Shigusas. Mariko, that was her name, right? That was the grandmother. They were both oracles, and yeah, based on that line of thought, Satsuki was probably meant to eventually marry Ayato, which, I mean, he would have been probably very happy to do, but at that point in time. But of course, the murder happened, and we were pretty convinced that the Shigusas were in some way involved in all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he didn't have proof for certain yet. So we went to the storehouse once, and he found this chest in the corner of the storehouse, and there was a name carved into the chest, Ayako, and he was not really sure what to make of that. He went back to the place in the village square where a branch office, I think it was, where Old Man Saizo works, and he looked through the name in the family registers. But Saizo pretty much said as much, that the Shigusas, if they didn't want something to be in that family register, he wouldn't find it in there. So he speculated that the name may have been somebody else living in the storehouse, or that it was in fact Satsuki, that they were the same person. But yeah, it wasn't really clear. And so his investigation was going somewhere, but not really a lot. He talked to the grandmother of Yu also at the inn, and yeah, that's where he found out what I said earlier, that this whole legend stuff about about the curse and all that, and they also that also whole business surrounding the oracle. And yeah, so with a flashlight, he actually decided to go back to the storehouse because his other investigatings, it wasn't really leading anywhere. So he just thought to himself, "Yeah, I guess I'll just go back there to the place that is most likely to yield any results." He did that, and when he shone light on the chest, he actually noticed some gaps between the floorboard. So he lifted up the floorboards, and a certain staircase revealed itself to him that led down further below the storehouse. And there was a little room below the storehouse where they stored two chests on some shelves. And when he opened up the chest, lo and behold, he found the limbs of Satsuki. So yeah, he was about to leave with the chest, and then he met Saya, who basically confronted him. She gave us some answers about Satsuki's murder, but it wasn't really that satisfying. We found out that Saya was actually the one who, removed the limbs from Satsuki, but she wasn't apparently the one who actually killed her. So, and according to Saya at least, Ayako was Satsuki's real name. So, and she was kind of going all freaky mode there, Saya. She was like picking up the limb and said, "Oh, she's so beautiful, hands just like your mother," because she was apparently very close with Ayato's mother before she killed herself. And yeah, so she was messing around with the limbs. She just held it against her cheek, and that really pissed Ayato off, and he actually ended up strangling her. And after that, he just fled. Like, he just fled the village. And that's basically how he eventually got to Tokyo with that murder. So that was all in the context of this interrogation that had happened in the police station. And Yaginuma was just like, "Oh, this is none of my business. This is not in my jurisdiction." And so, yeah, that's also what cleared him of the murder of Meguri Takamiya. Yeah, sadly, she had to go. But yeah, so that was that. And Eiji actually decided he had to talk to Nanako Sawashiro, who initially found Ayato in Tokyo, because she works at the Kuchiki Pathological Research Institute. And Nanako said like something along the lines of, no, what was that? Yeah, she had to tell the family that he was here because they were worried about him and all that, and of course they wanted to continue the Hinagami bloodline. And so they arranged a marriage behind his back before Nanako even confronted him. And yeah, after that whole thing with Kamizono, the murder of Kamizono happened, he kind of, he met someone in front of his door, and that someone turned out to be Nanako. And yeah, so I guess we found out the main information we got out of this conversation with her was like, oh yeah, these dolls that were found in the abdomens of the victims, those are apparently look like Lord Hina. And yeah, this is what basically led Reiji to take Ayato or Masaki and bring it and go with him together to Toyama. So we're not quite there yet, but he's gonna embark on a journey soon. Hey there, Colonel Moss. Good to see you. And yeah, so we're about to go there, but first we're gonna have a little Christmas party, from what it seems. And yeah, so let's jump right into it, I guess. I saw this was gonna be a quick recap today because I was just gonna talk about a couple of things, but it's more than I thought originally. So okay.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! Wrong holiday. What a hell of a way to kick off a Christmas party. So Kyoko couldn't make it, could she? I feared as much. Yeah, she said Christmas is one of those nights where her business strikes gold. So, yeah, that doesn't happen very often, apparently. I took a sip of the wine Yukari poured me and surveyed the room's occupants. We'd already finished introducing ourselves. Though honestly, there were only two I didn't know that well. The first was Kohane Tori, who'd kick off the party. She'd visited our place many times while we'd crossed paths outside a few. And the other was Yukiko Kayahara. If I hadn't been in the know, I would have never guessed her mother was the woman I'd encountered in Moonworld mere hours ago. Though part of that was probably because Fuyumi was just so extroverted. In contrast, her daughter Yukiko barely made a peep even at this party, almost like she thought she was the only one in the room. Can you eat this salad, Kayahara? It seemed Yukari had her covered, though. Okay. As long as it's just fish cakes. I glanced at the nearby salad. There were indeed minced fish cakes in it. Hey, brother Tokisaka, what's your blood type? Kohane asked, a magazine in hand. It's O. Why, is this for some kind of fortune telling? Yep, I'm A. So our compatibility is... Oh, not so good. Wouldn't the same go for Yukari and I in that case then? Fortune telling and personality classifiers that use blood types are just hocus pocus. Yeah, no, but they're still fun, don't you think? Hey Yukiko, what's your blood type? Kohane turned to Yukiko. Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki called out to me from behind. Yeah, what's up? Is it just me or do we really not belong here? A party of 4 young women and 2 30-something guys. Just try not to think about it. I quickly downed the rest of my wine. Oh hey, I'll pour you another glass, brother Tokisaka. Kohane brought a wine bottle over to me. Thanks, I appreciate it. Wait, should I really be letting schoolgirls pour drinks?
まさきさんもどうぞ。
Is a refill for you too, Mr. Masaki. Yukari brought him some shochu.
すみません。
Thank you. No, I really shouldn't.
おい、まさき。
Hey, Masaki, we need to talk about our trip.
部屋に行くぞ。
Let's take this to my room.
でも、
Hold on, I...
いいからごちゃごちゃ言わずに来い。
Quit your caterwauling and get your ass moving. I grabbed Masaki by the neck along with some beer bottles while I was at it, dragging him into my room. Well, okay. Yukari giggled awkwardly when she saw her brother and Masaki retreating. They probably hadn't felt much at home amidst her and her circle. Yukari considered bringing them some food later, though she also wondered if they'd come back on their own in good time.
ねえ、ゆかり。
Hey, Yukari! Kohani came over with wine bottle still in hand. Is she getting drunk now or what?
お肉ないの。お肉。
Got any meat?
鶏肉の唐揚げ
With
です。
some fried chicken over there. Say, you haven't been drinking now, have you? Yukari snatched the bottle away from her.
大丈夫。飲んでないか
No
ら。
worries, I didn't drink a thing.
だったら
Well, if you say so.
舐めただけ。
I just had a lick, that's all.
ダメじゃないですか。
Kohane. Yukari sighed with exasperation and brought the wine back to the kitchen, figuring it'd be best to put all the alcohol away.
時坂さん。
Tokisaka. Yukiko followed her in.
何？
Yes?
何か手伝うこと。
Is there anything I can do to help? Yukiko must have felt it was the least she could do since she wasn't being all that social.
そうね。
Yukari mulled her offer over for a bit. No, Yukiko, that's when you double down and don't do anything at all. There were still some dishes in the kitchen that hadn't been served yet.
これを隣の部屋に持って
You
って
take this into my brother's room, it's right over there. Yukari handed Yukiko a plate of sliced ham. Okay. Yukiko took the plate and spun on her heels before heading for Reiji's room. Meanwhile, Yukari brought a plate of bearing pastries to the living room. A plate bearing pastries, sorry.
先輩、
Tokisaka.
何？
Yes?
これおかわり。
Do you have any more of this? Ayumu held out an empty bottle of soda.
ええ、台所にあるわよ。
Yes, right in the
場
kitchen.
所わかる？
Do you know where to find it?
多分大丈夫です。
Saying I can manage. Ayumu wobbled back and forth as she staggered her way into the kitchen. Suspicious, Yukari took a whiff of the bottle. However, all she smelled was sweet soda. Must have been my imagination. You're all getting drunk, huh?
失礼します。
Excuse me. Yukiko opened the door to Reiji's room.
お料理。
I brought you some food.
ああ、そこに置いておいて
Thanks.
くれ。
Could you put it over there? Reiji was all alone. Yukiko didn't see the other man anywhere.
久しぶりかな。
It's been a while, huh?
はい。
Yeah, it certainly
お
has.
久しぶりです。
Yukiko swiftly hung her head. What should I say? What should I do? She quickly turned to leave when she couldn't come up with an answer.
ああゆかりにビールの
Oh,
代わりを
could you ask
頼もうと言
Yukari
って
for
くれ
some
ない
more
か
beer while you're out there? Only to freeze when Reiji called out to her.
はい。
Okay. He's getting pissed, that guy, huh? Yukiko returned to the living room and let out a breath as she hadn't realized she'd been holding.
どうしたの？ゆきこちゃん。
Something wrong, Yukiko? Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
でもないの。
Yukiko shook her head, sat down, and ate from the dish in front of her. Though she didn't like cheese, her tongue didn't even register its flavor at the moment. Man, she's a really picky eater, huh? Masaki passed by Yukari just as she was getting cold beer from the fridge. And who doesn't like cheese, by the way?
まさきさん。
Oh, Mr. Masaki.
何ですか？
Yes, what is it?
これを兄のところ
Could
に
you take
持って
these to my
行ってくれま
brother?
せんか？
She passed him 2 beer bottles.
あ、はい。
Oh, sure thing.
あとは
Oh, and here. This is for you.
こちらをどうぞ。
Yukari snagged the paper bag off the edge of the kitchen counter and handed it to Masaki.
これは
What's this?
これからまだ寒くなります
It's going to get even colder this winter, so please wear this if you'd like.
は
Oh, okay.
あとは
We're gonna murder her for not liking cheese?
あなたです
Hold on, don't leave just yet. Ah, there it is. This is from Reiji. Yukari passed him the small bag she'd been given earlier.
時坂さんから
This from your brother?
私のが気恥ずかしかったんでしょう
He
ね
asked me to give it to you. I think he was just too embarrassed to do it himself. That didn't mean he had to foist it on me, though.
どうもありがと
Thank you very much.
どういたしまして
Welcome. Take good care of my brother.
ういやそれは
Or if anything, he's been taking care of me this whole time. Yukari and Masaki bowed to one another.
そうだこちらの
Oh, by the way,
おつまみ
would you
食べてい
like
ただけ
some
ませんか
snacks while you're here? She showed Masaki a plate of her special delicacy.
何ですかこれ
What's this?
食べてみればわかりますよ
Try it and you'll see. They were soy boiled, well, something Yukari had saved for just such an occasion. Oh no, it's gonna be bugs again, isn't it? Deep down, a part of her hoped Masaki would like them as she did. It's definitely bugs. Oh, is that so, huh? Well, I guess. I rolled an empty beer bottle across the floor as I munched on some ham. What's taking that nitwit so long? Could have gotten it myself faster. Door opened just as it was about to give up and go out.
時坂先生
Professor Tokisaka.
なんだ佐藤さんか
Oh, Sato, it's just you. Perfect timing, actually. Could you go to the kitchen and get me a... Oh no, Ayumu suddenly threw herself onto the floor.
佐藤さん
Huh? Sato? She then laid her head atop my lap.
酒飲ん
You're not drunk, are you?
飲んでません
I haven't been drinking. For a moment, that almost sounded credible.
私はただコーラに
I just
焼
put
酎を
some
入れて
Shoujo in
飲ん
my
だだ
soda,
けです
that's all. So that's drinking, lady. Pretty sure that's the definition of drinking, Sato.
酔っ払いは
Drunkards say they're not drunk, even when they are, right? True enough.
私は飲んでないと
Well, I
言
never
ってい
said I
るだけな
wasn't
ので
drunk, just that I
酔
hadn't
ってい
been
ないんで
drinking.
すよ
Shit, she was plastered.
このくらい
Every detective's assistant knows that, don't they?
上
Knows what exactly?
大丈夫です
I'm alright.
ちょっと
I just felt a little wobbly and
足元が
sleepy.
ふわふわしていて眠
That sounded pretty drunk to me, but maybe I was wrong.
おやすみなさい
Good night.
寝るな
Wake up! I grabbed her arm and forced her to her feet.
強引なんですね
So rough, Professor Tokisaka. Someone shoot me, please.
何してるんですかあなたは
What the hell are you doing? Just then, the universe and its cruel sense of humor saw it fit to send that bastard Masaki walking into the room at that exact moment.
遅えよバカ
Took you so long, dumbass. Whoa, hey, what's with your face? You look sick.
いやちょっと
You don't want to know. Masaki crumpled onto a floor cushion and set 2 beer bottles down in front of him. Yukari fed him something weird, didn't she? Poor bastard.
アリって酸っぱいんですね
Who would have thought that the ants tasted so sour?
ま口直しに飲め
Here, wash it down with this. I poured Masaki a glass of beer and decided to ignore the fact that Ayumi was using my lap as a pillow again. As far as Ayumu is concerned, she probably thinks that Kyoku has a rival now. I woke up, only to be greeted by the pounding of what felt like a jackhammer rocking my skull. Personally, I blame the booze I'd shared with Masaki through the night.
おい
Hey, get up. I kicked the guy sleeping next to me on the floor. Masaki made a funny noise and woke up. Oh, good morning.
もう昼だぞ
It's afternoon. What time's our train? 8 on the dot.
ちょうどの
It's the Hokuriku train bound for Fukui.
じゃあお前は事務所に戻って
And head back to the office and get ready to go. You still need to buy some things, yeah?
だったら切符
I
代
do, so please reimburse me for the tickets first. Shit, he remembered.
領収書よこせ
Let me see the receipts. Damn, that's steep. I don't even know how much the Yaginuma let us write off.
全額警察が持っているわけ
You
じゃない
mean the police aren't covering everything?
捜査費から
They'll probably reimburse us from some investigation fees. How much depends on their glorious superintendent's whims. He won't pay us if he doesn't like what we find. Here's your cash. I passed Masaki several 1,000 yen bills.
ただ働きもあり得るということです
You mean to tell me we could be working for peanuts?
お前さんの給料
I don't even know if I'll have enough to pay you. Hey, now there's an idea. I could just not pay your salary.
それだけは勘弁してください
Please cut me some slack. I have to find a place of my own sometime.
律儀に身辺整理して死ぬ
Well, I'd say you're reaping what you sowed, considering you put your affairs in order and tried to kill yourself.
それもそうですね
I suppose you have a point. Masaki sighed and rose to his feet.
じゃあ一旦戻り
I'll
ます
head back to the office
上
then.
野駅前で
Do
待
you
ち合わ
mind
せ
if
で
we
構
meet
い
in
ません
front of Ueno Station?
ああそれでいい
Sounds good to me.
に時間を
Spend your
潰していただ
Christmas however you'd like until then.
わかりました
Alright. Masaki left my room. Okay, time to do some prepping of my own. I don't know what happened to I don't know what's happened to Ayumu. Did he just let her sleep the entire night on his lap? Masaki returned to the office after doing some shopping. He packed his bag with clothes and everything else he'd need. It was then that he remembered the scarf Yukari had given him the night before. Thus he packed that and pocketed the handkerchief Reiji had gotten him. Masaki plopped down onto the sofa. His heart was heavy. This trip didn't feel much like a homecoming to him. After all, it was the place he'd fled after killing Saya. He hoped he wouldn't have to see anyone, but knew that was unlikely. They were going to question people after all. Plus, there was also the matter of Meguri. The settlement had likely been informed of her death by now. From what Masaki had heard, the body was still in Tokyo, meaning they probably couldn't even hold a funeral yet. All that and more were what weighed down his heart. Perhaps I should just make a run for it. Masaki temporarily entertained that thought. However, he was well aware that such an act would do him no good at this point. Not when Tokisaka and Yaginuma would undoubtedly chase him to the ends of the earth. After all, it was already clear he was deeply involved in this case, whether by his will or not.
ひんなさん
Lord Hina, huh? He thought back to the mysterious entity that had controlled his past. No, I was probably still controlling the present in the settlement. Perhaps even he was still chained to it, despite his best efforts. Masaki got up and headed for the desk. Documents related to Reiji's investigation rested atop it. Should I be bringing those with me? It seemed that Reiji hadn't been able to dig much up about Lord Hina. Though that said, not even Masaki himself knew much about his hometown's deity. They probably would have been informed sometime, seeing as how he'd been the successor to the Hinagamis, but he'd run away before he could be filled in. Now that, Masaki had no regrets about. If there was anything he regretted, it was stumbling into his unfortunate turn of events that was forcing him back there. Perhaps he could have explained these happenings if he'd known more about Lord Hina. Then again, he probably wouldn't have told them, even if he had. Knowing him, he would have just played dumb and let the whole thing blow over. That was how he'd spent the last decade or so, after all. Huh? What's this? Masaki found a document concerning a past case. It was the Senori incident that occurred in February 1951. Must have been the case Yaginuma and Toji Aoki helped solve. Based on the date on the document, this report had probably been made some years later. It contained a detailed summary of the case, the victims' backgrounds, and the culprits' motives. However, what truly caught Masaki's attention was an account in the summary regarding the formation of Censored. For the founder of the Congregation of the Blessed, Censored's predecessor, was listed as one Michio Shigusa. Shigusa? Is that just a coincidence? Perhaps a relative of the Shigusa started up this religion? If that's the case, then is Lord Hina a part of their beliefs? Masaki flipped through the pages. According to the report, the leader of Censored was known as the Oracle of Revelations. Oh. Okay, I kind of forgot about that fact altogether, to be honest. Because, you know, it has been years since I played that prequel as well. It was said that her infallible prophecies of the future increased their ranks. That didn't line up with Lord Hina's oracle. Did they alter the original idea, or perhaps it's a separate concept altogether? I suppose I'll just have to ask Tokisaka later. Masaki stuffed the documents into his bag. It was just about time for him to hit the road. Okay. I certainly have everything you need, Reiji. For the 100th time, yes. I was starting to get fed up with Yukari's nagging. But isn't it colder over by the Sea of Japan? It is, but it's not like we're going mountain climbing or anything. So bringing only a few thick layers should do me just fine here, yes? Maybe not. Well, perhaps, but still. Alright, did you pack a handkerchief? Yes, Mom. I showed her the handkerchief I bought yesterday. I've packed you plenty of socks, so please change right away if they get wet, alright? I know. At this point, I was beginning to think nothing would set her mind at ease. If anything, I was the one who should have been worrying about leaving my little sister home alone for a week. Call Kyoko if you ever need anything, okay? Yes, I know. Please be sure to call me if anything happens on your end, alright? Why did it feel like this conversation was turning into an infinite loop? Got it. Anyway, better be going now. Right. Oh, wait. One more thing. What is it now? I'll be right back. Wait for me a minute, would you? Yukari went back to her room. What more could there possibly be? It wasn't long before she returned. I'm sorry it's late, but here, these are for you. Okay. Gloves, okay. Yukari handed me a pair of leather gloves. Gloves? They're my Christmas present to you. Oh, thank you, Yukari. Oh no, it's nothing really. Have a safe trip. I donned my new gloves and left the house. Why do leather gloves always give off these, villain vibes, if you ask me? I mean, normal gloves, fine, cotton, but, leather gloves? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It was 7:30 p.m. I exited the station and took a look around. It wasn't long before I spotted Masaki amidst the crowds. Well, someone's early. I was hungry. Now that he mentioned it, he was holding something steamy. What's that? Leftovers that I got for cheap over there. Masaki pointed at the food stall with the gloomy old man, who was still making takoyaki like always. It was adorned with a poster reading, "Have a holly jolly takoyaki," with the words, "Now at 75% off," hastily scribbled underneath. Would you like some? They're a bit on the sweet side, but they're covered in cream, though. Oh, no thanks, I'll pass. Are those leftovers from yesterday? I Feared I'd turn my stomach into an active volcano if I took so much as a bite.
俺はそばでもすすっていく。
I'll just get soba or something. That seemed far safer. Diarrhea wasn't exactly the ideal companion for a night train after all. And again, this guy seemed totally fine.
そばもいいですね。
Oh, I like soba as well. He was acting like he hadn't a care in the world. The key word being acting, of course. I imagined it was a totally different story on the inside. Few people, if any, would behave like normal at the prospect of returning to a place full of so many turbulent memories. Honestly, even I had a concern of my own. Namely, the idea that Masaki Ayato Hinagami would be arrested the moment he set foot in Hitogata. After all, the statute of limitations on his crime hadn't expired. Though he wasn't on Japan's wanted list, no one could say for sure what would happen back at the scene of the crime. Therefore, it was best to conceal his identity for as long as possible.
向こうには泊まるところもあるんだよな。
I take it there's somewhere to stay in Hitogata?
ええ、二見旅館という
Yeah,
ところ
there's a
があります。
place called the Futami Inn, though it's little more than a bed and breakfast, honestly.
じゃあそこを2人分取った方がいいな。
And we should get a room for two while we're there. Is it crowded this time of year?
自分がいた頃に混
Never
雑してい
seen
た
it
のを見たことはあ
crowded.
りませんよ。
Except maybe for that time when the whole police force was staying there. Good, then we can probably get a room in the spot, no problem. So long as it didn't shun outsiders, that is. I sure it can stay there too.
正木智之としては
Well, you can't exactly be staying with the Hinagamis as Tomoyuki Masaki, can you?
え
Right,
え、すみま
sorry.
せん。
That was a stupid question.
どうせだったらバレにくいよ。
Why not get a disguise while you're at it? Could grab some old US military sunglasses over at Ameyoko.
絶対悪目立ちするじゃないです
Oh,
か。
those would just make me stick out like a sore thumb.
そこの親父と服を交換して
Why don't you try swapping clothes with that old man? I think they'd look good on you.
嫌ですよ。
Hell
ほら
no.
時間もないんです
Come
から
on, we
行
don't
きま
have
しょう。
time for this.
そばを
Didn't
食
you
う
want
時
to
間
get
だって
some
なくなりま
soba?
すよ。
I teased Masaki as we passed through the ticket gate and took the stairs to the platform. Alright, we're on our way now. The Sheep of Purgatorio. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4. Oh, by the way, it said there Baishin Katsuragi. Just a reminder, he's like our main guy from the first game, the main antagonist, I guess. Although I guess there was more than one, but he's, I think, probably the most important figure. He was also an author of several books. The Black Shadow whispered on and on. The words were not meant to evoke sleep. Rather, they were directed at a girl sleeping on the ground all by her lonesome. Her eyelids faintly moved, accompanied by a loud creak. The girl's newly opened eyes took stock of the Black Shadow. It was a sheep with a head covered in wool and twisted horns, staring at the girl with horizontally slanted eyes. With a gasp, the girl looked around. She found herself in a place she didn't recognize. The shore of an island, with a steep mountain looming at its center. "Excuse me, where exactly am I?" asked the girl, looking into the sheep's eyes, fake as though made of glass. A normal sheep would have never understood her, yet the girl, surmising this was the being who'd whispered to her in her sleep, voiced that question all the same. Eventually, the sheep opened its mouth as if preparing to feast on grass. "Welcome to Purgatorio," it answered in a baritone voice unbefitting its appearance. "Purgatorio?" asked the girl. "Is that the name of this island?" The sheep stood up, not so much as uttering a word. The girl could only see its black legs as long as a human's, from where she was. You know, sheep that look like humans. You know what that reminds me of? Catherine, the game. She tried to get up and follow the sheep, but her body wouldn't move as she pleased. Confused, she looked over her stiff body only to scream, for it had turned into a wooden puppet. Her skin was that of a wooden of wooden grains, gleaming as though it had been polished 100-fold by a craftsman. I did, yeah. Man, that was really hard though, that game. I played it on the highest difficulty, and then I also went for the gold trophies at the end. So that took forever. I did not finish the extra stages though that you unlock later on, like Babylon stages, I think they were called, because at that point I had probably streamed it for 2 weeks straight or something, and I thought, yeah, I probably should be playing something else right about now. Meanwhile, her elbows and knees had been fitted with wooden spheres that served as her joints. They were grinding against her arms and thighs, hence why she could not move as she willed. It appeared the creaking she'd heard when she'd woken up had come from herself. "What is happening to my body?" the girl asked the sheep man. "Just who am I?" "Lo, still your heart, and let respite reign in the knowledge that your inquiries shall surely be blessed with answers in due time," echoed a voice that was not the sheep man's, but that of an angel who had started dancing in the air above the girl at some point. "What do you mean by that, oh angel?" the girl asked the angel overhead. "First, you must conquer 6 trials," replied the angel in a majestic voice. But hearken closely, you need mantle your waist in rushes and cleanse your countenance beforehand. The gates of Eden shan't grant you passage here. You complete these steps." Oh my god. Struggling with this fancy English here. "Your wish is my command, O angel," said the girl, forcing her sluggish body to her feet and stumbling toward the coast. There she washed her face and wrapped some rushes growing out of the ground around her waist. For some reason, those acts made the girl's creaking body feel lighter. "Now let us venture to the summit of Purgatorio," said the sheep man, guiding the wooden girl. Man, how Shin Katsuragi ever became a best-selling author with that kind of drivel, it's beyond me, but you know. It began to snow many hours after clouds dyed gray by twilight blotted out the night sky. Yukiko watched the snowfall from her foggy glass window. She found it fitting for a girl whose name meant snow child, like herself, to be party to this. The snow graced roofs, walls, windows, and the ground before melting. Yet over time it stubbornly took root until the earth was blanketed in white. All the snow prior to then had been a sacrifice. It was much like Yukiko, who existed on a mountain of sacrifices. She set her book on the desk. The closing ceremony was tomorrow. Just one more trip to school and she'd be done for the year. There wouldn't be any classes until the opening ceremony on January 6th. That left her with just about 10 days of break. She hadn't known what to do with that blank period every other year. Without class, she had far too much free time on her hands. What a nice problem to have, huh? However, things were different this time. This time she wanted to draw something. Yukiko picked up her book. It was a story about Mary traveling the land of Purgatorio. Also, she's an avid Katsuragi reader, huh? Because she also read his other book. Accompanying her were a rabbit, sheep, and angel. It was a depressing story, yet Yukiko found solace in it. That likely wasn't the author had been going for. And yet Yukiko wanted to commit the tranquility she felt to the canvas all the same. What's more, she wanted to draw her, too. Those were the first desires Yukiko had held in a very long time. Wonder who her is. Maybe her friend she lost before she came to that school? Or she was looking kind of strange at Yukari at one point, so I don't know. We'll find out. The closing ceremony began once all the students assembled in the auditorium. Yukari was at the center. Kohane was right next to her. Meanwhile, Yukiko was behind them. There was absolutely no chit-chat to be found, merely the sounds of the teachers' voices. Most of the speech was just pointers on what not to do during the break. Yukari had heard this spiel so many times before that she could recite it in her sleep. It's kind of weird, this word. It's, you know, it sounds so German, but, you know, don't really pronounce it the same way. It's like spiel, right? I think I even pronounced it wrong there, but in German it's spiel. So, yeah. But, you know, we don't use it the same way. Don't go to shopping districts in casual clothes. Don't go out after sunset. Don't engage in illicit sexual relationships. Okay. All taboos, one after another. Countless things that Yukari wouldn't even dream of doing escaped the teacher's lips. Though since it was winter, it could also be dark out by the time she finished shopping for dinner, she supposed. Still, she couldn't imagine they'd get on her case for something like that. That said, she felt they'd gotten even stricter since the murders 2 springs ago. Those incidents had weighed heavily on not just this school, but many students in general. So Yukari could only imagine they were cracking down even harder on the student body in order to prevent a second coming of those incidents. Though ironically, Reiji had said it was the pressure from all this repression that had triggered the murders to begin with. It's true, yeah. There was in the first game this whole prostitution ring consisting of students. And ironically, it was led by the student council president. So yeah, that was a thing. And then this guy who was the relative of one of the students who was involved in that, he got pissed and he started killing the people one after another who were involved with this ring. So yeah. At last, it's over. Kohane stretched her arms out once the homeroom teacher left. Hey, Kari, has your brother left town already? Yes, just last night. Why do you ask? Perfect. Is it cool if I stay at your place then? Well, alright. I don't see why not, I suppose. Hey, this is all for you. I figured you'd be really scared and lonely by yourself, so I decided to do you a favor. I see. In all honesty though, Yukari was used to being home alone, so she wasn't the least bit scared. Thank you, Kohane. Still, she appreciated the sentiment. So hey, why don't we invite Yukiko and make it a sleepover? Sure, that shouldn't be any problem. Yukari answered once she'd finished pondering if she had enough futons for the 3 of them. Huh? But Come on, no need for the but I'm not worthy routine. We'd be happy to have you along. Kohane dragged Yukiko over. Just so you know, I need to go home and ask my mom first. Of course, I understand. Great, then let's meet up at the station and go to Kari's place when we're ready, Yukiko. I think her mom would be more than happy to see her get closer to her friends. Actually, I need to go to Kichijoji too, so why don't we all meet there? Sounds like a plan. You dropping by the cafe? Yes, I figured I'd buy some things while my brother was out. You mean Moonworld? Oh, you know it. Yes, I like the atmosphere there. Then why don't we all meet there? Sure, I'm game. Likewise. The 3 friends departed once they were ready to leave. Oh, good afternoon, you all. Are you off to practice? Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're having a sleepover at Kari's place. One in. Kohane made the very same offer Yukari had just been considering. But it should be coming from Yukari and not from you. Who are you to invite other people to her place anyway? I'm terribly sorry, but I have practice for the rest of the year. Ah, that's a shame. Kohane's shoulders slumped. The three of us will be going to the art club, though, through break, so we'll probably still see each other then. I hope so. Ayumu bowed and headed for the kendo dojo. Hey, Kari, can I hang out in the art club too? And you're already a member? Not that she'd ever drawn so much as a doodle. Tokisaka, could I do the same? You're all club members, what are you talking about? Yes, of course. Thank you. Okay, now that that's all settled, let's all go home and get ready. Good idea. I'll see you both later. Yukari entered Moonworld after doing a little shopping in Kichijoji. Oh, Yukari, welcome. Good afternoon, Kyoko. Could I get some coffee beans? We're fresh out. Of course. You just sit tight. Kyoko got ready to roast the beans. In the meantime, Yukari took a seat at the farthest stool from the door so she wouldn't be any bother. So she wouldn't bother any other customers. Here you go. Kyoko poured Yukari a cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Kyoko. Yes? No, never mind. It's nothing. Yukari held her tongue. She was worried about how tired Kyoko looked, but figured it would have been pointless to ask her about it. After all, Kyoko did all she could to hide her suffering in tough times, just like Reiji. She'd been like that for as long as Yukari had known her, especially when she'd lost her husband. Even as a little girl, Yukari had been able to tell Kyoko was just trying to put on a brave face, and had wished futilely that she could do something to help. Has that Reiji noticed too? Maybe I'll tell him when he gets back without being too on the nose about it. Your brother prefers a dark roast, right? Oh yes, thank you. The mellow aroma of coffee wafted from the counter and Yukari's mug. Yukari took a little sip. It had a strong profile, more sour than bitter. The coffee she had at home was typically on the latter side. That was how Reiji liked it, she figured. Yukari poured in a spoonful of sugar and stirred. She figured it'd be much easier to drink that way. In the meantime, she watched as Kyoko roasted the beans. The older woman seemed the same as ever. Yeah, Kyoko is based, that's true. But occasionally she'd yawn and reveal a wary look on her countenance for the briefest of moments. I'm sure Reiji hasn't noticed that. Kyoko probably put on a tough front around Reiji knowing her. Just then the door opened with Kohane and Yukiko subsequently filing in. Kept you waiting, huh, Kari? Kept you waiting, huh? Why, Solid Snake?
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Said the line.
Going okay?
Pardon us. Welcome, please stay as long as you'd like. The three friends moved to a table. Kyoko quickly served them 2 extra cups of coffee. These are in the house. Thanks a bunch. Thank you. So, what will you two like for dinner? Yukari asked a question that had just taken root in her mind. Oh, I'm an omnivore, so I'm good with anything. Except bugs, I mean. Likewise. That certainly limited her options. And again, it was hard to find tasty insects in the winter, so that was no skin of her teeth. Why don't we go with the boiled tofu? I can make it if I get some onions and tofu. Besides, you can eat that, right, Kayara? I don't know, I didn't try particularly hard, but good to hear. Yukiko nodded. Cod and bok choy should go good with boiled tofu. Kyoko chimed in. Oh, and some ponzu would be nice too. Are you fine with cod, Kayahara? Yes, probably. Yukiko nodded uncertainly. Really now? But Fuyumi told me her daughter wasn't a fan of fish or meat. Huh? Yukiko gasped. So Kyoko knows Kayahara's mother, does she? Well, you're not allergic, are you? Well, no, but... Yukiko's voice tapered off. Yeah. True. You really don't have to force yourself, you know. I'm sure it will still taste just as good without fit. Yukiko shook her head before Yukari could finish. No, I'll have some. I should be okay, I think. Alright then. In that case, I'll have to pull out all the stops to ensure it comes out great. Then again, there wasn't exactly much cooking skill involved in hot pot. Should stop by the local fishmonger then. Their fish may not be the best, but they're dirt cheap at this hour. Thank you, I'll do that. Ready to hit the road? Kohani got up after finishing her coffee. Why don't we stay a little longer? Yukari urged Kohani back down after seeing Yukiko hadn't finished her coffee yet. Thank you. Yukiko whispered quietly so only Yukari could hear her. The three eventually left the cafe. Said to the fishmongers then. You know, I'm feeling salmon tonight. What do you think? I'm actually one of a few people in my family who likes to eat fish, you know. We're kind of... My brother doesn't really like it. My mother's not a big fan either. And I haven't seen my father ever eat it either. So, yeah. But, yeah, you know. Their loss, I guess. You know, I'm feeling... Oh, yeah, we read that. Kohani spoke her mind. That wouldn't be so bad. Suddenly Yukiko timidly cut in. What's up, Yukiko? I'd rather we have cod, since that's what she recommended. That's true enough. You make a good point. Hey, what about the salmon? We'll go with cod tonight. We can get salmon instead if that's sold out. I mean, salmon is just like the chicken of the fish world, isn't it? Yukari decided to prioritize Yukiko's wishes this time. She figured she'd be happier that way. Boy, what a feast! Kohani threw herself onto the floor after dinner. Get off the floor, Kohani. Those are poor table manners. But I'm so full. You do know you'll turn into a cow if you lie down right after eating, don't you? No thanks to that. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective, I suppose. If you like chicken, that would be a compliment, I guess. No thanks to that. Kohani got up. Is this kelp edible, Tokisaka? I used it for the stock, so it'll probably taste funny, though I suppose I could pickle it. I see. Why so blue, Yukiko? Did you want to grow your hair out or something? Huh? Yukiko was flustered by Kohani's question. But your hair is already so long and beautiful. Wait. Is it downstairs that worries you? Huh? Yukiko's face warped in confusion. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm going to start cleaning up now. Yukari donned pothole as if to say the conversation was over. I'll fill the bath while I'm at it, so let's take turns in there. Hey, Kari, you got a big tub? Well, I don't know if I'd call it big. Still, it was large enough for Yukari to stretch out her legs and enjoy a nice long soak. Kohane's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Uh-oh. There's gonna be nudity, right? Not yet, but probably in a second. Come on, strip! What are you gonna be so nervous about? We're all girls here. But it's embarrassing. We have towels over there, so feel free to use one of those. Thank you. Whoa, hot diggity dog. I'm pretty sure they didn't say hot diggity dog in Japanese there, but it fits, I suppose. Hey, stop! Kohane, hurry in before you catch a cold. Yes, ma'am. Get your butt moving too, Yukiko. Says the one who wouldn't let me undress. Well. Oh, yeah. Those are boobas. And, yeah. Yukiko definitely has the biggest of the three, that's for sure. Yukari sat on a bath stool and washed her body. Meanwhile, Kohane and Yukiko soaked in the tub. Damn, they weren't kidding about big jugs floating. Stop! Don't stare at them. And can I touch them? You've already been touching them for a minute already. I'll take that as a yes. Wait, no, that's not... Don't force her, Kohane. Can't you see you're making her uncomfortable? The lady does protest too much, methinks. I really don't like it, though. Sheesh. Yukari sprayed her shoulders with hot water to get the suds off. But, you know, you've got nice skin, Kari. You really think so? Yukari raised her arm and studied her skin. She didn't think it looked particularly different from anyone else's. I don't have any specific skincare routine, though. You don't put slugs or leeches on and have them eat your old keratin or anything like that. Leeches are carnivores, but slugs are herbivores. Neither of them would have that effect, though. Good to know. What about you, Yukiko? What do you do to get such huge mouths? Nothing. Yukiko covered her breasts. She's not wrong, though. They really are big. Yukari found herself unconsciously staring at her own breasts. However, she immediately realized it'd be pointless to compare them. The lady at Moonworld's got large melons too, huh? They've always been that size. Oh, really? Hey, by the way, is she dating your brother? Yukari pondered Kohane's question. Kyoko and Reiji had been close for as long as she could remember. Though Reiji had his fiancée Yukiko, while Kyoko had her husband. Different Yukiko, of course. However, Reiji had indeed started spending a lot of time at Moonworld after they lost their significant others. Would you call that dating? Unfortunately, Yukari wasn't all that familiar with the delicate workings of those sorts of relationships. I don't think so. Nah, they just fucking... Thus, she chose to go with a safe answer. Whatever the nature of their relationship was, she didn't think dating, not dating really described it. Oh, okay. That cafe has such a nice mood to it, doesn't it? Yukiko sounded more like she was saying that to herself. Yeah, you can say that again. So you like that lady, huh, Yukiko? Yes, though I suppose it's more that I want to be like her. Well, you know what they say, birds of a feather flock together. Kohane poked Yukiko's breast to punctuate that point. So you swing that way, yeah, Yukiko? What way? You know, the way that would get you expelled from Oba if it ever went public? It's not. If anything, Yukari felt Kohane fit that bill better than Yukiko, what with that constant groping, but she decided to keep her mouth shut. Okay, I think we're done in the bath. The group finished their bath and lay their futons out in Yukari's room. Yeah, that felt great. Kohane, I really think you should stop wriggling your fingers like that. Was it good for you too, Yukiko? Yukiko showed little reaction despite Kohane's suggestive choice of words. That wasn't a surprise though, considering Yukiko was suffering some degree of heat stroke. Are you alright? Yukari poured her a glass of cold water and handed it over. Yes, thank you. Yukiko's face was still flushed, yet she expressed her gratitude all the same. You took it too far, Kohane. Yukari chided her friend. I'm really sorry, Yukiko. Kohane sincerely apologized. No, it's okay. Yukiko shook her head. I feel much better already, so thank you. You probably shouldn't lie down for a while, though. Well, if you're just gonna be sitting around, what say we chat about boys? Kohane leaned forward eagerly, even though Yukari couldn't understand how or why she jumped to that topic. Come on, it's not a sleepover without talk about crushes, isn't that right, Kari? I don't really have anyone to talk about, though. Sorry, that was not what I wanted. Yukari was only being honest, seeing as how no one came to mind. You're not fooling around anyone, honey. What about that guy from the Christmas party? Huh? You mean Mr. Masaki? Yukari cocked her head. Who else? I mean, you gave him a present, didn't you? Well, yes, but only because he's been helping out my brother. Oh, and because he said he was going somewhere cold. I call bull. That hurts. What about you, Kohane? Me? Nope. No one. Kohane swiftly shook her head. There aren't exactly many guys to see in an all-girls school, and the male teachers are old farts, so I've got nothing but my own ancient history. Could talk about that, can't you? I mean, sure, but we're talking about when I was a little kid here. The only one who comes to mind is this older boy I looked up to. What was he like? Yukiko chimed in with that simple question. Wait, what? You don't remember? We used to play with him all the time. I'm really sorry. Yukiko hung her head. Guess you can't help what slips her mind. It was then that Yukari recalled Yukiko had said she didn't remember being childhood friends with Kohane. Then how about you, Yukiko? What, me? I know you've got the lady from Moonworld, but you got your eye on any guys? I'm not sure. What about Yukari's big bro, then? He's a real steal. Please don't talk about him like he's in the bargain bin. If anything, he'd been out in the trash with the rest of the unsold goods. Kisaka's brother. Yukiko brought her hand to her chin in contemplation. He's not dating anyone, so now is your chance, yeah? I guess. Yukari decided to hold her tongue for the time being. Reiji was indeed single. However, she also knew there was a woman he was still chasing, and that there was a little chance anyone else could take her place. That was just how much dominion she held over his heart.
ゆかりっちはどう思う？
What's your verdict, Kari? Kohane's voice snapped Yukari back to reality. Huh? On what?
眠くなっちゃった？あのね。
Did you doze off for a second there? We were talking about if you think Yukiko would be a good match for your brother.
そうですね。
Yukari scrutinized Yukiko from head to toe. In a way, she did resemble her. That was why Yukari had reached out to her in the first place. Tokisaka?
はい。
Yes?
そんなに見つめられる。
Please don't stare so much. It's embarrassing. Yukiko blushed and hung her head.
お、もしかして。
Oh, are you playing for Team Kari too?
そんな。
No, that's not it.
そんなことない。
She just pairs her up with everyone, huh? Yukiko curled herself further and further into a ball. Yukari was thrilled that she could now have ordinary conversations with Yukiko. After all, the girl had barely let anyone in back when they'd first met.
そろそろ休みましょうか。
Should be getting to bed now. As such, she felt it best they ended this talk on that light note. The three went to bed after turning the lights off. Kohane started snoring instantly, almost like she'd just run out of gas.
時坂さん、起きてる？
Are you awake, Tokisaka?
ええ。
Yes, I am. Yukari turned her face to her friend.
私、前に。
I had a friend who was very dear to me at my last school. Yukiko began talking in a hushed whisper.
その子は友達のいなかった私。
I had no friends, yet she was so nice to me. But then she suddenly died. Yukari had heard about that. She recalled the rumor that had been flying around right after Yukiko transferred. The one about Yukiko killing her friend.
大丈夫よ。
It's alright. Yukari stuck her hand out and reached for Yukiko. Yukiko timidly took Yukari's hand.
大丈夫。私たち。
Kohane and I always will be there for you.
いるからありがとう。
Thank you. Yukari drifted off to sleep. Before she even knew it, her fingers still interlaced with Yukiko's. Oh, ain't that nice, huh? She's finally, opening up. Alright, anywho. Toji was grappling in her office with the documents she'd sent for. That's, by the way, or at least I think this poster there in the background is from one of the theater performances that Takashiro's wife was a part of, Kazuna. So yeah, Takashiro, we haven't actually seen him yet, or not that Takashiro at least. The guy that was the protagonist of Kataka. But Natsume, the coroner, is actually his sister, so, you know. A very eccentric family, I guess you could say. Toji was grappling in her office with the documents she'd sent for. Her mind turned to Yaginuma's request that she look into those illegal clinical trials. The first thing she needed was proof the blessed congregation was dabbling in such matters. After that, she'd investigate where the group's money was coming and going. Involvement with clinical trials meant involvement with either doctors, hospitals, or third-party organizations, which in turn would leave a money trail behind. Even though piety could drive the laity into action, it was a different story for the organization as a whole, the higher-ups. For what motivated them was a lust for glory and greed. That much was clear from looking at their ledger. Specifically, the ledger of alms donated by their believers that was currently sitting next to Toji's ashtray. Sums of individual contributions ranging from dozens to thousands of yen lined its pages. Though she couldn't dig any deeper into those, since no donor names were listed, there were still some parts that struck her as odd, such as how 20 people had each donated 5,000 yen on the same day. That had clearly been a single donation of 100,000 yen split up. There was no proof, of course, but Toji was sure of it. She popped a cigarette into her mouth and lit it up. Pungent stench of tobacco filled her nose before she mulled on that ledger once more. The oddities hadn't ended with that donation. Similar contributions were made several times a year. However, Toshi's investigation had revealed the majority of Blessed Congregation's believers were poor, at least from what she could tell. And considering how the organization had supposedly been established to provide relief for Senri believers, she couldn't imagine they had 20 faithful who could afford to donate a month's worth of salary. These donations had begun in 1952. All of them were massive contributions split up between many, totaling about 60 to 80,000 yen each time. One might think they were using this money to support their needy followers. However, there was evidence to the contrary. An examination of the ledger's expenses column had revealed most of the money was going to a different organization entirely. No, different organization wasn't the right way to put it. They were a corporation belonging to the same conglomerate as the Blessed Congregation. This was probably the source of the small jobs Keigo Otsugi had mentioned. That corporation ran a money lending operation. They probably lent the Blessed Congregation's donations to their clients. Perhaps they lended to their faithful with low interest, while lending money to non-believers at high interest, though Toji knew that was pure speculation on her part. These sorts of money-lending businesses that targeted individuals had become rampant in recent times, since banks couldn't give loans to individuals due to the post-war recovery effort. And since regulations were behind the times in that field, many of said operations were run by sketchy individuals. However, it seemed this corporation made by the Blessed Congregation did indeed pay their taxes. They would have had no obligation to do so if they stayed solely a religious organization. So did the fact that they split into a for-profit corporation in spite of that and were paying taxes mean they were doing honest business? Or were they simply trying to make it look that way? Furthermore, the Blessed Congregation's organization included public benefit corporations involved in social welfare. That included institutions such as hospitals and orphanages, none of which Senri had ever possessed. They were probably getting money from those as well. Toshi figured that if the Blessed Congregation really was involved in illegal clinical trials, those facilities were where they'd be carrying them out. It was then that she realized she'd put her cigarette in her ashtray at some point, and that it was now completely extinguished. Thus, Toshi popped a new one between her lips. Unfortunately for her, the phone rang before she could light it up. She set down her lighter and picked up the phone. Hello, you've reached the office of Toji. Hey, Toji, long time no see. A familiar voice flooded into Toji's ear. Oh, Nana. Another member of the Takashiro family. She was this annoying, super smart brat who was basically helping her brother Shugo Takashiro solving his detective cases. Usually she was better at it than him. But yeah, she had an attitude and she was really annoying. So yeah, never particularly liked her. And she was also, I think, really had an obsession with her brother as well. The caller was none other than Nana Takashiro. She was the younger sister of Detective Shugo Takashiro, Toji's old friend. Need something? Nah, not really. Just calling to see how you're doing. I see someone hasn't changed. Where are you? Right now, Kagoshima. I knew going to the south was a good call. Still warm even at the end of December. Oh, speaking of, are you aware of what's so special about Kumamoto's Motomura Shrine? They worship a god of miso. Okay. Bingo! They just finished rebuilding it after it was damaged during the war. So I simply had to drop by and see it ASAP. You forget who you're talking to? I went to visit as soon as the reconstruction finished in May. You really are devoted to your miso, huh? Should have expected as much. Damn right I'm devoted. By the way, you said you're in Kagoshima, right? Relax, I already sent you some Satsuma miso. Really? Thanks. So when are you coming back to Tokyo? Not for a while. I think this whole vagabond lifestyle suits me better. Say, just don't go causing trouble. Hahaha, try telling that to the people I've met. I solve case after case for them. Do I get a single thank you? No. Probably because the way you solve them causes even bigger headaches, Toji thought, though she wisely kept it to herself. Speaking of trouble, you've got a real pain in the keister on your hands right now, right?
I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no-good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead.
Having to deal with the remnants of Senri and all, I mean. Surprised you heard about that. I read about it in the papers, and since Shugo's out in the sticks, I figured you'd be the one on that. Then again, that pompous ass of an inspector might be all over it too. Yaginuma was actually a police superintendent, but Toji couldn't be bothered to correct her. I take it you're not planning to help out? Nah, too far. Besides, playing armchair detective isn't really my thing, so I'm gonna continue my travels. I say, makes sense. Oh, but hold on a sec. Shugo should still have some documents on Senri, so I'd ask him if I were you. Will do. Thanks. Alright then. Good day to you, Toji. Toji finally lit her cigarette after hanging up the phone. Nana seemed the same as ever. Though a part of Toji wanted her help with the investigation, there wasn't much she could do from all the way down in Kyushu. As such, Toji decided to ask Takashiro, who was closer to her neighborhood, Shugo. Toji picked up the phone and dialed his number in Zushi. Right. Yukari decided to do some spring cleaning after Kohane and Yukiko left. She started by grabbing a feather duster and wiping the door frames clean. Though she didn't have anything as fancy as an electric vacuum cleaner, the task still didn't take very long. She swept everything up into a dustpan and dumped it. Afterwards, she wrung a dust cloth to its limit and washed the spots that were now free of dust. Her work was essentially repeating this process over and over again. Since the water was cold, she mixed in a bit of hot water to make her job less taxing. Yukari carried out her work in a flash. Once done with the living room, she moved her cleaning supplies into Reiji's room. He kept this place relatively clean, unlike his pigsty of an office in Shinjuku. Okay, Yukari tidied up the furniture and scattered wet tea leaves across the floor. Afterwards, she swept them and dust from the grains of the tatami mats into her dustpan. Finally, she polished the floor to a sheen with a hot dust cloth. Phew. Yukari was quite literally taking a breather when she spotted a sketchbook stuck between two shelves. What's this? For a moment, Yukari wondered what one of her sketchbooks was doing in Reiji's room. But a second later, she realized it wasn't the same type of sketchbook she used. Yukari picked up the sketchbook and gasped. The name Tokokuchiki was written on the cover. Reiji must have been gifted it after the girl's disappearance. Yukari flipped through the sketchbook with mixed feelings clouding her heart. Though many of them were just sketches, she found them all beautiful. I remember this one. I was there when she drew it. Oh, and this one too. There was even a portrait of her best friend, long gone from this world. Yukari closed the sketchbook. Her heart wrenched precisely because they were so beautiful. And the fact that Eiji had this led her to believe that he was captive to the obsession known as Tokokuchiki. Yeah, she was an interesting one. And I believe we are gonna get a little bit more information about her very late into the game, but she does not really take up play a major role in this whole game, so I guess that'll happen in the sequel to this game, which still hasn't been translated into English yet, so I've been waiting for the continuation of this for years. I was considering to read it in Japanese, but the thing is, you know, my Japanese is not good enough to actually enjoy it the way it was meant to be enjoyed, I guess. It would just take me forever to read that, so yeah, I've been waiting still for a translation, but with these re-releases, I think we are gonna get part 3 eventually. Yukiko woke up. Phew. She took a deep breath when she realized she was safe and sound in her own room. She just had a very disturbing nightmare. And though it hadn't been hot under the covers, she was sweaty like a pig, her pajamas practically glued to her skin. Ugh. She felt positively disgusting. It was all because of that dream. Yukiko warily staggered out of bed. Should I go to the hospital? That idea sounded rather appealing at the moment, but she couldn't do it, for she had a club meeting to attend. Yukiko took off her sweaty pajamas. She shivered slightly upon being exposed to the cold winter air, but she ignored the unnerving sensation, wiped off her sweat, and got dressed. Her head felt like lead. Maybe I'll feel a little better if I wash my face.
Ohayo, Yukiko.
Morning, Yukiko. Good morning.
Oro, kaze hiita?
Oh, hey, your face is white as a sheet. You got a cold? No, I'm fine. I'm going to go wash my face. Yukiko passed through the living room and washed her face in the kitchen. Her mind sharpened like a honed blade, with each splash of cold water waking her up. Phew. Sing her up for breakfast, Yukiko. Oh yes, I'll be fine. Yukiko turned around, answered her mother, and sat at the table. A bowl of rice and grilled sardines on a stick were there waiting for her. Thank you for making this for me. Yukiko took up her chopsticks. Her portion of sardines was on the small side, so she didn't foresee any problem with eating them. That said, she did wince at how many bones they had. Hey, Yukiko, can you hear me out for a minute? What is it? Yukiko put her chopsticks down and looked up. Remember how I asked if you could bring some friends to help at the nursery? Yeah. Her mother had mentioned they'd be short on hands at the end of the year about half a month ago. Why was she bringing that up now? I'm really sorry. Fuyumi bowed her head. I know I told you not to worry about that and just focus on making friends, but you don't have enough help, do you? Yeah. Fuyumi hung her head. My usual helper went home to the countryside for the holidays, so I'll be on my own tomorrow. Tomorrow? But that's far too sudden. I'm sorry, it's so last minute, but please, I'm begging you. Yukiko furrowed her brow, a mix of deep-set bewilderment and exasperation on her face upon seeing her mother groveling to her. Just so you're aware, they seem busy, so I can't guarantee they'll come. Yeah. Yukiko gave herself that fallback. Well, while she was going to meet her friends, she didn't know if she'd be able to bring herself to ask Yukari and Kohane for help. If she didn't, then she'd have to go all by herself. Thanks a bunch. Really sorry about this. I mean, I bet Yukari and Kohane would have no problem with that. Yukiko went back to her room once she finished breakfast and got ready to leave. That said, all her art supplies were in the club room, so she only brought a book to read. If anything, what she had to ready most of all was her heart. How? How am I supposed to ask them to come help at the nursery? It's all so sudden and out there. She was worried she couldn't pull it off. For a minute, she considered just telling her mother she'd said no and they'd said no and going out by herself. But then she'd feel bad about the extra burden that would place on Fuyumi. I guess it can't hurt to just ask. Still, what if they say no? You know, she kind of frustrates me a little bit, Yukiko, because, you know, I used to be like that as well. Not so shy to that extent, but pretty friggin' shy and worrying way too much about what other people think. I'm still not great in social situations or anything, but at least I'm able to hold a conversation better than I used to be. So, yeah. Seeing those flaws in another person is like a little bit frustrating, you know. Yukari set her canvas on an easel and studied it from a distance. It was a drawing of a forest. Specifically a colored sketch she drew in a park one summer ago. However, the color seemed a little too dark in hindsight. Hey, Kohane. Yeah? Kohane looked up from a book on Sekien's art. What do you think of this drawing? I mean, I don't have too much to say. Just that it's pretty. You don't think it's a little too dark? I can kind of see now that you mention it, yeah. What's your take, Yukiko? Huh? Yukiko took her nose out of an art book she'd been reading. I'm not really sure. She frantically shook her head. You're the one who drew this, so maybe it's bothering you that there aren't any bugs in it? Hey, I may love insects, but that doesn't mean I always draw them. Though in this case, she hadn't, simply because it was difficult to get the color of insects just right on an oil painting. Maybe it'd be better if you added sunlight filtering through the trees, or something. Yukari took another look at her painting. Now that Yukiko mentioned it, the sky did seem to be lacking in light. Oh, that looks pretty good, eh? Yukari closed her eyes and saw it back to that summer day. The rustling of the trees. Their shadows, which swayed with the echo of leaves brushing against one another. The strands of light shining between them. You're right. Yukari nodded. She probably hadn't done enough to express the summer sunlight. Thank you, Kaihara. Oh, don't. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. Yukiko looked down and shook her head. There were no such thing. However, Yukari simply smiled at her. I'm the one who drew it, so I can't say I'm the best judge for what does and doesn't work. Is that right? Kohane crossed her hands and studied the painting. You know what? Yeah, it could use a little bit of that summer sunlight. That wasn't a critique. You just mimicked Kayahara. Yukiko giggled. Maybe I should redo it. What, you mean from scratch? No, it's more like making some major revisions. Yukari produced some art supplies. I'll add some bright lines with a knife to represent the sunlight shining through the trees. Won't I just tear your drawing to pieces? I don't mind that kind of knife you're thinking about. I'm talking about a spatula used to specifically for painting. Huh? What's wrong? I think I left it at home. She'd taken her supplies home at the start of the break to clean them up, only to completely forget about bringing them back. Isn't this it? Kohane pointed to a spatula with a round tip. That's a palette knife, which is used for different things altogether. Well, strictly speaking, that is. What she'd left at home was a painting knife. It had a sharp tip, meaning it would have been perfect for expressing sunlight, but unfortunately she'd have to make do with what she had on hand. Tokisaka. Yukiko timidly spoke up. Yes? I have one, a painting knife, I mean, so, Yukiko held out a knife that was shaped like a flat iron. Are sure? It looked brand new from what Yukari could tell. Yeah, I actually don't know how to use it, so I'd appreciate it if you could show me. Thank you. Yukari took the painting knife. Alright, so first, you scrape off the paint like this. Yukari scratched the surface of the painting with the knife. Its tapered tip shaved off the paint like butter. Look, now you can see the color of the undercoat, right? There was indeed white presently visible where Yukari had scraped. Wow. We're not done yet. Right now, it looks more like a lightning bolt than sunlight, wouldn't you say? Yukari smiled wryly as she used the paintbrush to obscure the boundaries of the undercoat. You can also use this to simplify filling in other white surfaces. So that's how it's done. I could be wrong though, since I'm mostly self-taught. Yukari scraped off the canopy of leaves over the trees little by little as she explained her process. That's amazing. Yukiko's eyes had widened in response. Hardly. Yukari smiled and shook her head. There are plenty of others out there who are far more talented than me. She recalled the sketchbook she'd seen in that Eiji's room. Will I ever be that good? Tokisaka. Yes? Yukari glanced up. The look on Yukiko's face screamed that there was something eating at her. What is it? Yukari cocked her head. Unfortunately, the door opened at that exact moment. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey there, Ayumyum. Taking a break from practice? Kohane trotted on over to their unexpected visitor. Yes, it's already past noon, so I was thinking of having lunch. Ayumu held up a small lunchbox. Good idea, why don't we join you? Yukari got up and headed for the sink by the wall. Oh, I need to clean the knife. It's fine, you can just stow it later. Yukiko shook her head. I mean, it's not like I'll use it anyway. I'll give it a good clean and return it to you. Then I'll show you more ways to use it. Yukari didn't know all the ins and outs of using a painting knife either. As such, she wanted to brush up on them as much as possible, try it out for herself, and then teach what she'd learned to Yukiko. Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome. Now, why don't we wash our hands and eat? Okay. Yukiko did as asked and took out her lunchbox. Oh, come to think of it, what was it you were trying to tell me just now? Yukari recalled what had happened just before Ayumu strolled in. Oh, it's nothing. Talk, lady, talk. Kayara. Yukari put her lunchbox down and turned to Yukiko in full. Yes. Can be frank with me, you know. Huh? We're friends, so if there's something you want to tell me, then by all means don't be shy, please. But Yukiko tripped over her words. That made it painfully obvious she had something she wanted to get off her chest. Need us to lend you an ear or two? Something the matter? Kohane and Ayumu chimed in. It's not gonna make it easier for her to talk, you know? If they're just gonna, if she's gonna have even more eyes on her. No, this will just set her back. Please let me handle this, you two. Yukari held her hand out to her concerned friends for a moment before gently setting a said hand on Yukiko's shoulder. Tokisaka. It's alright, there's no need to rush. Please just calm down and take some deep breaths. Okay. Yukiko did as Yukari instructed. Yukari knew that piling all the attention onto Yukiko would have only made her a nervous wreck. She wouldn't open up unless they gave her some space and waited until she was ready. Yukiko put her hand on her chest and caught her breath. Can you drink some tea? Yukari took out a thermos. Oh yes, I'd like that. It might be cold, just so you know. Yukari poured the tea into the cup attached to the thermos. There you go. Thank you. I want some too. Oh, I have something of my own to drink, if you'd like. Here. Ayumu handed her thermos to Kohane before Yukari could. Thanks, Ayumu. Kohane spouted water like a whale's blowhole. What the hell is this? Salt water? Yes, replenishing your salt content is important after exercising. You see, was it not to your liking? Give me water. Here, I'm terribly sorry, but I've already taken a sip. Yukiko gave the cup to Kohane. Thanks. Yukiko giggled. That little song and dance had probably eased her tension. So, listen, there's something I'd like to ask you. Yukiko then began explaining. She talked about how her mother worked at a nursery, about how they were seriously understaffed tomorrow, and about how her mother was hoping they could help out. Yukiko hesitantly but thoroughly laid it all out to them. Please let me know if you can't do it. I'm just grateful to you for hearing me out, really. Yukiko blushed and hung her head. Her shoulders shivered ever so slightly. I'm free tomorrow, so I don't mind. What about you, Kohane? Might as well. Not like I've got anything better going on. Kohane agreed, despite not sounding all that enthused. What about you, Sato? Alright, you have practice, don't you? Yukari remembered that when she saw the awkward frown on Ayumu's face. Yes, I'm sorry about that, Kayahara. Oh no, it's fine. Yukiko frantically waved her arms. Where is the nursery in question? I think it's located at the south side of Musashi Koganai Station. It's called the New Leaf Garden. Then why don't we meet at that station? Sure, I guess. Kohane nodded. Oh, thank you all so much. Yukiko bowed her head. I have to admit, I actually have somewhat of a personal stake in this myself. A puzzled Yukiko curiously regarded Yukari. Ever since I was a little girl, nearly all the people in my life have been either my age or adults. So a part of me wants to know what it would be like to be a big sister for a change. I mean, let's be honest. Reiji is only like the older sibling on paper, right? In that relationship, so, you know. Two of her brother's friends had a baby 2 summers ago. She had been so tiny and adorable. Yukari wondered if she would ever have a cute little baby of her own. However, that train of thought conjured up no images whatsoever of such a fantasy. She'd never been good at picturing that sort of thing, after all. I am younger than you, though, for the record. Yeah, but you're not exactly what most people would consider a little sister material. Yeah, especially if she gets drunk and all that kind of stuff. Toji checked the envelope that had arrived at her office that evening via express post. Inside were documents and Senri, the blessed congregation's predecessor. The sender had been one Shugo Takashiro, who much like her had been a player in that case. It seemed he'd been gathering information of his own on them after the case was closed. Some of the documents were fairly recent too. Senri had been dissolved in February 1951. More specifically, on that day when their compound in Ueno burned to the ground, and the ones taking advantage of them had died, a day engraved deep in Toji's mind. The loss of their headquarters and leadership had spelled the end for Senri, on paper anyway. But in reality, their so-called leader had survived, as had many of their believers. Said leader had been taken into custody by Toji and Shugo. However, the rest of the faithful had moved to the new, or perhaps old, shelter that was the blessed congregation created by Tokihiro Oribe. Shugo's documents spoke about that as well. Toji set down the files and picked up the phone. She squeezed the receiver between her face and shoulder, then dialed a certain number. Hello, that you, Shugo? It's me. Toji interrupted the familiar voice. What is this, some newfangled scam? Not in the mood for your jokes, Shugo. I'm calling to ask about the files you sent. Oh, so it's just you, Toji. Didn't even realize? Did you ever look into Tokihiro Oribe? Oribe? Alright, that guy that took in Senri's believers, yeah. Funny thing is, his new religion apparently doesn't have a founder. What? But he's their representative, right? Shouldn't he basically be their founder? Remember the Congregation of the Blessed, Senri's predecessor, I mean? Well, from what I hear, the Blessed Congregation worships their founder, Michio Shigusa, Tokiko's father. I remember hearing he was a real nasty piece of work. Something about him seducing female believers, I think. Supposedly. He was a respectable leader before all that, though. Guess greed and lust got the better of him in the end. Better make sure that doesn't happen to you. No need to worry, I'm fighting to protect my family after all. It's hilarious coming from you. Yeah, you know, okay, Shugo hadn't exactly been the pinnacle of virtue himself back in those days, but Toji decided to cut him a break and not get into that. Yeah, for some time he was like living in a brothel, so you know, and that's also where he met Hatsune, who is well, who hadn't made an appearance in this game, but you know, she was helping Kyoko at the cafe in the first Kara no Shoujo. Man, let me tell you, having a kid really does change a man. I swear she's as cute as Kazuna. Good thing she doesn't look like you. Oof. Didn't have to do it like that, Toji. Hey, she takes plenty after her, old man. Everyone says her eyes are just like You're begging me to hang up, aren't you? Listening to him gush about his family was doing a real number on Toji's sanity. Wait, stop. Hold it right there. There's another player in this game aside from Oribe. You mean Utsugi Keigo? That's the one. Supposedly he was Senri's treasurer back in the day. He managed practically all their funds. Okay. Interesting. The people running Senri back then hadn't been all that fanatical about collecting funds. Thus the money might have found its way to the blessed congregation. You didn't hear anything about him being a doctor or anything like that, did you? You'd hoped to link him to the clinical trials, but unfortunately... No, nothing at all. Do you know anything else? Let me think. Well, I did hear Michio Shigusa used some sort of spell-like ritual from his hometown to launch the Congregation of the Blessed. That's about it, though. Ooh, spell-like ritual. Well, it's not really like a spell, is it? What they're doing with the dolls in the abdomens and so on, right? Say, thanks for all the help, Shugo. Sorry to bother you when you're busy raising a kid too. Must be rough, huh? Told you realize too late the minefield she stepped into. Oh, you don't know half of it. She cries every night and Kazuna won't let sleep with me, but she's still adorable. Her eyes are actually just like mine. So I've heard. I'm hanging up now. Okay. Watch your back out there, Toji. Will do. Toji hung up the phone and made some coffee for a change in pace. The beans were from Moonworld, the cafe Reiji had introduced her to not too long ago. I'm almost out. Guess I should get some more before the year's over. Toji sipped from her cup with those thoughts in mind. She savored the rich flavor as she poured over her documents. Spell-like ritual, huh? Senri used to have something like that too. It was all just a bunch of BS, though. Toji spotted the words Shigusa Shrine on one of the documents. It was the name of Michio Shigusa's birthplace, a shrine in Toyama. Huh, wait. Toji noticed the shrine's location. Hitogata, West Tonami District, Toyama Ward. Oh, you've gotta be shitting me. She couldn't help but click her tongue. Isn't that where Reiji and that clown are headed? Yeah. I'm wondering, does Reiji not know about that at all? Not sure, actually. That might be a piece of information that did not come up yet. I think he did leave most of the investigation of that Congregation of the Blessed stuff to Toji, I think. If I'm not mistaken. It's hard to always know exactly where you heard what piece of information before. Because we, of course, knew that that Michio Shigusa was founded that religion in Tokyo because of Satsuki and all that, right? But that's not necessarily the case that other characters in the story have the same knowledge as we do, right? Okay, well, anyways, Masaki arrived at our destination a full day after departing from Tokyo. Sure is dark. We got off the last bus of the day and found ourselves in a realm dominated by darkness. Can't say I'm surprised. The settlement has absolutely no nightlife to speak of. Never has, likely never will. Feeling nostalgic? Not at all. Masaki picked up his bag. The The inn is just up ahead. Outsiders stick out like a sore thumb around these parts, so I wouldn't poke your nose around until tomorrow morning. Wait, that's the police station over there, isn't it? Toyama police said that inspector of theirs was already here in the case, so shouldn't we say hello? I pointed to a building adorned with the red lights. I'd rather not see him. Yeah, because Inui was there at the time of the murder when he killed Saya, and while the rest of the village might be willing to cover up the murder, Inui probably wouldn't be. Masaki briskly marched onward. I simply shrugged and followed suit. Man, sure is hard to walk through all the snow. Wish I were wearing boots, rubber or not. I slowly followed Masaki while taking care not to trip. We hadn't been walking very long, yet my shoes were already soaked inside and out. Please don't make a racket. I don't want any trouble. Relax, I'm aware. I fought the urge to pelt him with a snowball. Not out of moral principle, mind you, but because my fingers were so numb with cold that I didn't want to release them from the warm confines of my pockets. Masaki eventually stopped outside a large building. This is it. I looked up to see a giant thatched roof, smothered in snow, and a sign above the entrance reading Futami Inn. Looks classy. That's all it is going for it, really. Masaki took a step back and cleared the way for me. It was probably best that I did the talking, seeing as how he was trying to be incognito. Though honestly, I really wasn't confident we could pull that off. I brushed the snow off my coat and stepped through the door. Pardon me, I have a reservation on the Tokisaka for today. Be right there. Wasn't long before an old woman hobbled over from within. Why, write your name and address in the guest book, same for your companion back there. She pointed at the front desk. I flipped through the pages and did as she asked. While I was at it, I wrote Masaki's name down as well. So you're from Tokyo, eh? The old woman snorted condescendingly. Your room's at the end of that hall. Not gonna show us to it, huh? Excuse me, but I'd like to dry my shoes, so... Just leave them there. They'll dry by themselves. For an innkeeper, this lady wasn't exactly the picture of hospitality. In any case, I reluctantly took off my shoes and stepped up to the wooden floor. Let's go. Masaki trailed behind me, silent as a ghost. He avoided the old woman's gaze, probably because he was afraid she'd see right through him. But that only served to make him look more suspicious. Don't go causing no trouble. The woman left us with that short farewell. Phew. I set my bag down, relieved to finally have a place to take a load off for the first time in a day. While I was at it, removed my socks so they could dry. Man, chapped skin really is the worst. Can't remember how many times I had it happen to me back in Manchuria. At least one of us is enjoying ourselves. Oh look, sarcasm. And here I saw that I'd get a vacation from Yaginuma's most loyal companion. Yeah, it's definitely synonymous with Yaginuma. Probably because I don't need to sneak around like a certain runaway. I retorted tit for tat as I massaged my toes. I suppose you have me there. So hey, speaking of which, you're not planning to meet with your family, are you? Not if I can help it, no. I'd like to ask that you please visit him and the police station by yourself. That'd probably work better for me anyway. But man, you sure weren't kidding when you said this settlement was really insular, huh? I know you filled me in on the way here, but still. The Hinagamis and Shigusas ran Hitogata. And to sing Shigusa Shrine is linked to goddamn Senri of all things. I knew the Shigusas had a son named Michio, but I never would have imagined he'd done all those things in Tokyo. Okay. You were in Tokyo during the incident, right? Yet you still didn't put two and two together. I held my hands over the brazier. No, I only read a little about it in the papers, so I never learned enough to do so. That checked out. Besides, it wasn't like Michio Shigusa had been the ringleader of the Senri incident anyhow. Did Shigusa Shrine have anything to do with Senri's founding? The Shigusas treated Michio as a persona non grata and said he had disappeared, so it sounds to me like he did all of that on his own. It seemed I'd have to ask the Shigusas about him then. Not that I plan on being so upfront, of course. Excuse me. A voice called out to us from the hallway. Masaki visibly tensed. Yes? I gestured Masaki over to the back of the room before opening the door. My apologies for interrupting your stay. Standing there was a woman dressed like a hostess, bowing. Ah, Yu is back. My name is Yu Futami. It's a pleasure to have you at our inn today, and we appreciate your patronage. She entered the room and bowed again. I snuck a peek at Masaki while she was distracted. He was keeping his head low. This Yu looked about his age, so maybe they'd been friends. I'm afraid we don't have much to offer, but would you like something to eat? Something small sounds great, thanks. You good with that, Masaki? Yes. Understood, I will be back with your food shortly. You left the room. Masaki took a deep breath. Friend of yours? Yes, do you think she realized who I am? Can't be sure. That said, I highly doubted she'd unmask him after such a brief interaction. She seemed too polite to poke her nose into customers' business, at least. Or perhaps she simply hadn't wanted to get involved with a couple of sketchy characters from Tokyo. Though, who was to say if that would change? Excuse me. You returned. I will bring you up your food. Is there anything else you require? Yeah, would it be possible for you to warm some sake for us? Oh, and I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. About what, if I may? Her voice was guarded. No surprise there. Concerns the settlement. Though I wasn't sure how much, if anything, I could get out of her, I decided to push forward regardless. I hear the two of you are from Tokyo. Are you perhaps with the police? I hesitated for a moment. Though she wasn't right, she wasn't exactly wrong either, especially since we were here on their behalf. What gave you that idea? Well, now it was her turn to hesitate. Because I heard a friend of mine died in Tokyo. Yu's voice dropped several decibels. Are you not here to look into her death? Something like that, I guess. I answered ambiguously while all but saying yes. I suspected as much. You glanced at Masaki for a second. I'd like to ask several questions concerning that case. Would that be alright with you? I had to keep her attention of Masaki. Yes, of course. I don't know how much assistance I can be, but I will try to the best of my abilities. You bowed her head. Thank you. I'll get started then. While it doesn't appear the settlement itself has much of a link to the crime, would you mind if I asked some questions about it? Why no, but... You glanced behind her, scanning the inn's hallway. Looked like she was being cautious of any prying eyes or ears. Go ahead. Alright, tell me, have there been any problems in the settlement recently, apart from Meguri Takamiya's passing, that is? I found my own voice lowering to nearly a whisper. Well, I don't know if I would go so far as to call it a problem, but... You shot Masaki another look after getting that out of the way. I hear the missing heir to the Hinagami family has been found, and they're currently discussing having him take over the family. She's totally onto us, isn't she? Her explanation had left so much out that it wouldn't have been the least bit helpful to anyone new in town. It seemed she believed that we had at least a fairly decent understanding of how things worked around here. The Hinagami family, who are they? And so I tried playing dumb. The de facto leaders of the settlement. I had assumed you'd be looking into them as well. She stole Masaki another glance. Pardon me, while I do have a grasp on the basics, I don't know much about the state of the settlement in recent years, so I wanted to see what you'd tell me. I intentionally threw out the recent years bit. Suppose I see where you're coming from. You sighed. Word has it that the Hinagamis are trying to arrange a marriage for their heir now that he's been located, and I heard Meguri was one of their candidates. Candidates? So I take it there are others then? I distracted you with another question before she turned her attention to Masaki. That's what the rumors say, at least. You hung her head. I snuck another peek at Masaki. He too was staring at the floor, not so much as budging an inch. I'll be back with your food. Alright, I'm really sorry for keeping you. Oh, there's no need to be. You rose to her feet. My apologies, but could you keep everything that went down in here between the three of us? I highly doubted anyone would blab, but better safe than sorry. Understood. If you'll excuse me then. You left the room. Masaki let out the mother of all sighs. I'm making the mother of all omelets here, Jack.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
She seems pretty smart. Well, she always was a bookworm. He's on to you, though I doubt we'll have to worry since I swore her to secrecy. Still, we clearly couldn't keep this charade up forever either. It probably would be for the best to have Masaki stay at the inn as much as possible. Though that was a problem for another day. Oh well, chow first, worrying later. You truly have no shame, do you? And here I thought I'd escape from all the sass in my life. Well, you know, don't behave in a way that that prompts people to be sassy towards you, huh? Okay, I'm stopping by the police station. Wait here at the inn like a good boy. You won't hear any complaints from me. Picked up my bag, donned my coat, and left Masaki in the room behind me. It was colder than the depths of hell, courtesy of a splendid winter morning in the mountains. The floor was chilly despite the thick socks snug around my feet. It's gonna freeze my nuts off. I sniffled, getting a flood of cold air to my nostrils for the trouble. And I hadn't even stepped outside yet. I'd seriously underestimated Hokuriku's winters. Now, I was wishing I'd packed more layers like Yukari had suggested. Where are you going? Proprietress Yoshifutami emerged from the back. On a walk. That's what I do every morning when I'm in a new land. Outsiders would be wise not to wonder. She shook her head. Maybe I should have just been honest about going to the station. It wasn't like they'd be welcoming of outsiders either way. Well, that won't do. I'm here on behalf of Inspector Inui from the Toyama PD. I knew it was risky, but I brought up Inui's name to gauge her response. Would she yield to authority, or would she try to kick me out? Ultimately, it seemed the police still had some power in these parts, as Yoshi simply got out of my way, the disgruntled curl of her lips never leaving her face.
お連れさんは
What of your companion?
彼は気分が悪いそうで
He's still in bed, said he wasn't feeling too good.
そうでもないようなので
Nothing serious though, so please just leave him be.
そうかい
That's so. I passed by her and stepped into my shoes, still sitting on the concrete floor, right where I left them. The tips were frozen, and she said they would dry overnight too. Fortunately, Yoshi was gone before I could even complain. I sighed and rose to my feet. They'd probably saw in good time. Just hope my skin wouldn't get all chapped. Once outside, I began strolling around the settlement. Though that said, all I really did was go back the way I'd come the previous night. Since I was an outsider, I knew it would be for the best if I didn't make any suspicious moves until I had more info on and the settlers learned of my presence. Thus I figured I'd pay a visit to the police station near the entrance of the settlement first. I made my way over as I trod across roads covered in thin blankets of virgin snow all the while. Eventually I found my way there. By then my toes were so cold that I feared they'd break right off. I slid open the door and walked right in. The warmth of the heater in the center of the room instantly washed over me.
あれどちらさん
Huh? Who are you? A cop a bit older than me, probably in his early 40s, looked up from his chair in the corner of the room.
失礼東京から来た徳
Good
さん
morning, my name is Tokisaka, and I arrived from Tokyo just last night. Where can I find Inspector Inui? And introduced myself to the cop and got straight down to business.
東京
Wait, Tokyo? Oh. The cop shrieked and bolted to his feet.
失礼いたしました
Pardon me, sir, Officer Shinobu Takayama at your service. I'm grateful to you for making the long trip from Tokyo, Superintendent Yaginuma. He called him Yaginuma. It's like the worst insult you could throw at him, huh?
いや
Wait, hold up. I'm not Yaginuma. How I just felt awkward with this guy saluting me as respectfully as I did my superiors back during the war.
あれ
Huh? Then who?
どちらさんで
柳沼警視の紹介で
Detective Tokisaka, I'm here on Superintendent Yaginuma's request. Oh, I see.
そうでしたか
Takayama lowered his arm and sank back into his chair.
二人で来るという
I
こ
was
とでした
told
が
two people were coming.
もう一人が
Superintendent Yaginuma, the other one.
いや自分の助手です
No, my assistant's my plus one. But he's not feeling well right now, so he's resting at the inn.
なんだ
Oh. Takayama slowly got back up, his voice laden with unvarnished disappointment.
乾さんを呼んできますんで
Wait right here,
ここで
please.
しばらく待ってい
I'll
てくだ
go
さ
get
い
Inspector Inui. Don't know why you would be so disappointed about not meeting Yaginuma. He'd probably rip this guy a new one within a couple of seconds at that. Takayama disappeared into the back of the station. I plopped down onto a nearby chair and brought my feet to the heater. Honestly, I would have loved nothing more than to take off my shoes, but that would have been beyond rude. And so I settled for letting the heat dry my shoes instead. It worked like a charm, seeing as how I'd brought my feet a literal hair's breadth away from the heater. Though honestly, my toes getting itchy in exchange wasn't the best trade. I tried wriggling them to distract myself, but the itchiness was driving me mad. It got so bad that I was just about ready to throw caution to the wind, take off my shoes when Takayama suddenly returned with an elderly man.
乾警部ですね
Inspector Inui, I
東
presume.
京から来た
My name is...
君の自己紹介に興味はない
I don't care who you are, just tell me what you know about the case. Inui held out his hand and took a seat in the chair Takayama had been occupying when I'd arrived.
君も無駄話をするために来たわけ
After
では
all,
な
I
かろう
take it you aren't here for chit-chat either, are you?
え
True enough. I can already tell I'll have plenty of headaches in my future with this guy around. The way he kept things moving along solely at as his tempo was going to be tricky to handle, that much was sure.
高宮めぐりはどのよう
In
に
what
殺され
manner
て
was
いるのか
Meguri Takamiya killed? Inui wasted no time cutting to the heart of the matter.
どのように ですか?
It's an interesting way to phrase it. How much does he know? Does his interest in the killer's MO mean he knows something about the clay doll as well? I'm sure you've already heard that Meguri Takamiya was murdered in her hotel room, but did you also know something bizarre was left at the scene? I took a photo of the clay doll out of my bag and showed it to Inui. So it's the curse, huh? You know what this is, I take it. Inui had visibly reacted to the photo. Did that mean the clay doll really originated in this region? Any suspects? Inui ignored me and asked his own question. Not yet, no. We came here hoping you might be able to help on that front, actually. Do you know about the curse? Only a little. Just that it was unnatural for the curse to strike Meguri Takamiya in Tokyo, really. And why do you think it was unnatural? I was supposed to have been interviewing him, yet he was the one asking all the questions. If she triggered the curse by worshipping a false Lord Hina, then that would, in theory, make the doll in her abdomen the very replica in question. Yet it makes no sense that she would have brought it all the way to Tokyo. You're awfully familiar with the subject. Curious. Though Inui sounded as stoic as ever, his eyes were boring straight through me. I happen to know someone from this settlement. They filled me in. I determined it'd be for the best if I kept my silence on Masaki. We don't talk about the clay doll to prevent copycat crimes, so there are very few who know much about it. That's so. I played dumb. Since Masaki hadn't known that the clay doll was supposed to be Lord Hina, that meant he probably hadn't been informed either. But then how had Nanako Sawashiro known? Are you familiar with a woman named Nanako Sawashiro? Indeed, she was the first to find the body in an incident that happened here. Inui answered in a flash. Meaning that was also considered the work of the curse? There's no such thing as curses. Now that's a sentiment I can get behind. It seemed that the two of us were of one mind on the matter at least. I was actually hoping to ask you for the details of that incident. The victim's name was Kawase, correct? The statute of limitations expired long ago, and yet you seem hell-bent on solving it. Inui glared at me. The culprit must be found even if they can't be tried. Funny, you're talking like a detective, not a cop. Welcome to the world of bottom-rung inspectors saddled with do-nothing jobs. Made sense that he'd been thrown to the wayside if he was still snooping around crime scenes despite holding the rank of inspector. He didn't seem like the kind of person his superiors would know what to do with, that much was sure. Numerous cases referred to as the curse have happened in the settlement. The most recent one was Sachiko Kawase's murder before the war. And there haven't been any such incidents since. Not once referred to as the curse, at least. That said, the curse only happens every decade or two. The murder prior to Sachiko Kawase's happened in the late 1920s to a woman named Keiko Zaizen. What about before then? There was one in March 1922, and 3 around the turn of the 20th century. Meaning it's unlikely they were all done by the same killer. Were clay dolls present at all the murder scenes? Yes, though naturally there have been other murders that weren't part of this curse. Like the one Ayato Hinagami committed. Not that I dare to take the bait by asking though. The murderers are likely people who share a common ideology. Perhaps the ones who spread the rumors about the curse even. Sounds to me like you've got someone in mind. I have a suspect or two after decades of investigating, yes. I waited a few seconds, but it didn't sound like he intended to elaborate. Still, it wasn't impossible to guess. who he had in mind when I considered the information Masaki had provided me. Though honestly, I couldn't tell whether he hadn't made a move against them because they couldn't be tried or if he simply didn't have any evidence. By the way, someone told me that the heir to the Inagami family had been found. Any idea why he went missing to begin with? I shifted the topic to Masaki, knowing I was treading on very thin ice. Hell if I know. His disappearance didn't reek of foul play. He probably just ran away from home. Oh, so he has no clue about Saya having been murdered by him, right? So they must have acted very quickly with, you know, concealing all that stuff. Because Nanako didn't seem to know either about it. She had no suspicion of that, and neither did Meguri, so... Maybe that secret never left Chigusa's shrine to begin with. Is he feigning ignorance? Shouldn't you just ask him yourself? He was found in Tokyo after all. I haven't gotten a chance to, unfortunately. Makes you wonder why he left in the first place, though, doesn't it? Well, no. Police turned up nothing. Saya Shigusa's murder should have tripped plenty of red flags, yet he didn't say a word about that. Is he playing dumb? Was Masaki lying? Or maybe he really doesn't know. He was most likely just being wary because I was an outsider, but it was honestly hard to say for sure. Whatever the case, I sensed I wouldn't be getting anything else out of him. I was thinking about taking a walk around the settlement after this. Knock yourself out? Oh, but watch your back. The people here hate outsiders, so they won't take too kindly to that. Was that his way of saying he didn't think I was going to get any info out of them? And could you provide me with a certificate that proves my identity? I shot a look at Officer Takayama, who'd been sitting quietly in the corner all this time. Huh? I don't have that authority. Oh well, that's fine. All you have to do is tell people who I am if they ever report me then. Sure. Guess that's the least I can do. That settlement's safety is in the hands of this clown? Wow, it didn't take Reiji long to, see through him, huh? Great, then I'll be going. I bowed and rose from my chair. My shoes seemed to have fully dried, fortunately. Okay. Yeah, Masaki POV, or I guess I should say Ayato. I'm almost 100% confident that you realized who he is. With nothing to do, Masaki just lay around in the room after Reiji had left. The latter had warned him to stay put, but it wasn't like he'd been planning to go out in the first place. It would have been a total idiot to do so, since he'd risk being recognized by old acquaintances. Why did I even come back to begin with if I was going to stay cooped up in this room the whole time? That's what I was wondering. Reiji said like he was gonna be his guide, but he's not doing much guiding. Except, you know, to the inn last night. He wondered whether wearing glasses would have been enough of a disguise. But unfortunately, neither he nor Reiji had any. Should ask Tokiseka about our future plans once he gets back. However, just as that thought crossed Masaki's mind, the door slid open, revealing an elderly woman. Oh shit. She's realized, huh? It was Mariko Hinagami, his grandmother. Her hair was whiter, and she had far more wrinkles since he'd last seen her. But he could never have mistaken his own grandmother, which meant the reverse held true as well. Are you sure that's really him, madam? Yoshi, who'd accompanied Mariko to the room, turned toward her. Yes, it would appear so, isn't that right, Ayato? Masaki couldn't refute her accusation by claiming he was a simple doppelganger. Not when faced with his own grandmother. That was the greatest proof of all. greatest proof of all of just how unforgiving the Hinagami family hierarchy was.
立ちなさい
On your feet. Overwhelmed, Masaki followed her orders. His grandmother felt a lot smaller than he remembered, and yet she hadn't lost so much as a speck of her commanding presence.
帰りますよ
We're going home. She wasn't scolding him. Despite that, Masaki, Ayato Hinagami couldn't say no to her. Yeah, pretty much. She's in all white, that woman. Masaki silently followed Mariko back to the Hinagami estate. It hadn't changed at all over the last decade.
おかえりなさいませ大草
Well, come home, madam. Ah, Yuka looking a lot older now. Yuka, who'd been sweeping snow out front, gaped with eyes wide as saucers the moment she saw Masaki's face. Master Ayato? Masaki looked away without saying a word.
ゆか
Yuka,
さんの足を
wash
洗って差
Ayato's
し上げなさい
feet. Ah, yes, as you
かし
wish.
こまりました
Mariko proceeded into the house without uttering another word.
綾人様
Right this way, Master Ayato. Yuka softly tugged Masaki's sleeve. Alright. Knowing he had no choice but to go along, Masaki obediently followed Yuka. He sat at the entryway pit that was just before the living room proper.
裾をまくってください
Please roll up your trousers. Yuka brought a basin over to the pit.
ゆかさん
Miss Kirimura.
はい
Yes, what
何
is
でしょう
it?
か
Yuka looked up as she filled the basin with hot water.
ただいま
It's good to see you again. He couldn't now honestly admit that to her, perhaps since Mariko was gone. You too.
おかえり
I
なさい
missed you, Master Ayato.
綾人様
Yuka wiped her eyes.
自分がいなくなってからのことを
Could you bring me up to speed on what's happened since I left?
それは後ほど
I believe the
王妃様
matriarch will
と
do
お話になると
so sooner or later. Come now, stick your foot in.
足をこちらへ
Masaki did as he was asked. Though the water wasn't scalding hot, he still felt something akin to pain in his toes. You know, if he was gonna return to this house anyway, he might as well have accepted the marriage proposal of Meguri. She would have been happy and wouldn't have had to die, you know. However, it wasn't long before that gave way to a sensation much like a warm, comfortable blanket swathing his foot.
大旦那様が
The patriarch is in poor health. Yuka suddenly brought that up as she washed Masaki's foot. Since when?
も
He's been bedridden for 5 years now. Masaki couldn't even picture his stern grandfather showing weakness.
う家のことは
The matriarch has assumed charge of the family's affairs, while Master Shizuru has taken over the company, so it hasn't had much of an impact though.
それで俺を見つけるや否や
That's why they were so eager to plan my marriage the second they found me, I take it.
だと思います
Believe so. Though they'll have to start over from scratch now that Meguri has passed away.
一旦白紙にするとか
Yuka stopped what she was doing.
反対
Let
の
me
足をどう
move
ぞ
on to your other foot.
ああ
Alright. She began scrubbing Masaki's foot dry as soon as he removed it from the hot water.
でもこうして
However, I'm happy you're back home with us, Master Ayato. No, Miss Kirimura, I haven't come home. Not at all. Tomoyuki Masaki didn't belong here. Ayato Hinagami died over a decade ago. That was why he hated himself for enjoying this. Yeah, he does, even in poor health, he looks really miserable, this guy. But, you know, the stench of medicine overpowered Masaki's senses as soon as the door slid open. His grandfather was resting in a futon. Ayato, so you've come. His voice sounded extremely hoarse. It was like a totally different person than the dour man Masaki had grown up with. Hideyome sat up with the help of his wife. Though he'd been reduced to naught but skin and bones, his eyes hadn't lost their sagacity. He sternly looked at his grandson head on.
ご無沙汰しています。
It's been quite some time since we last met. That was all he could think to say. You must take over the Hinagami family. It's your destiny. His rebuke lacked any steel. That was the only reason Masaki found himself able to ask questions of his own.
結婚の話を進めていたのは
Who
誰ですか
was it that suggested the whole marriage idea? Shoujo is handling the matter, including the selection of your bride. Hideyomi's voice was utterly apathetic. I am not long for this world. I was hoping the marriage would be arranged before my time came, but... He heaved a lengthy sigh. Leave us.
しなさい。
Masaki bowed and did as his grandmother asked. Man, I think he can't even... She doesn't even want to see him, I guess, show his weakness to others. So yeah, I guess that's why she sent him out, but, you know. It's a weird family dynamic they have, that's for sure. It felt warmer than it did earlier by the time I left the police station. I decided to cautiously take a walk through the settlement, while picking the paths with the least snow. Eventually I arrived at the crossroads in what appeared to be the center of Hitogata. That said, there weren't any cars there, just a large area that had been cleared of snow. Ahead of me was a mountain, along with a pass that led up to it. Shigusa's shrine was probably at the top. To the left was a Western-styled building that totally clashed with the settlement's aesthetic. Guess I should check it out. I approached the place in question and found a sign near the front door that read Kuroya Clinic. Made sense why it looked the way it did in that case. The path to the entrance had also been thoroughly shoveled, great care clearly taken to ensure no one slipped. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man. Oh wow, Yuzuru has really grown out his porn stash, hasn't he? Who might you be? Are you the local doctor? My name is Tokisaka and I'm visiting from Tokyo. What brings you so far out, if I may ask? He appeared cautious of me. Luckily I remembered what Chizuru had given me before I set out on my trip. Pardon me, but you're Mr. Kuroya, right? The one related to the Kuchikis in Tokyo? Well, yes, but why do you ask? I have a letter from Chizuru Kuchiki addressed to a Mr. Yuzuru Kuroya. That would be me. Chizuru, huh? I took the letter out of my bag and handed it to Yuzuru. Oh, come on in. That seemed to have done the trick, since the next thing I knew, he was beckoning me into the clinic. Yuzuru brought me to a room that probably served as a waiting area for patients and a parlor for friends and family. He then went to another room, leaving me all by myself. I was just grateful he'd let me wait somewhere warm. If what Masaki said was true, then that meant this man was his uncle. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yuzuru returned to me with some tea on a tray. We used to have employees here, but they've all since left, so we have to do everything ourselves now. I say, thank you for the tea. Yeah, that's a fitting emote. I took the steaming hot cup and warmed my hands with it. I read Chizuru's letter. She asked me to help you in any way I could. So you're a detective, huh? Yes, I've been asked to investigate an incident on behalf of the police. I say. Incidentally, is Chizuru doing well? Yuzuru changed the subject. Yeah, from what I could tell anyway. She used to suffer from insomnia and other such symptoms back when she lived with us, but we failed to diagnose her leukemia, so I've been worried. I wouldn't blame yourself for it. You take care of this entire settlement by yourself. No, I also have the director, my father-in-law, but he's currently away on a house call. Oh wait, speaking of Chizuru, I'm really sorry, but could you wait a minute? Chizuru left the room again. With nothing else to do, I simply sipped at my tea. Should I ask him about Nanako Sawashiro too? Considering she once worked here, Chizuru probably knew her better than most. Or maybe I should just ask about Chizuru today and question him on Nanako another time. Terribly sorry about that. Chizuru returned. Could you please give this to Chizuru the next time you see her? Oh, is that the film that was stolen from her, maybe? He held out a type of film used in cameras, 120 film as it was called. What's this? I think Chizuru left this behind when she stayed here. She was about the only one with a camera back in those days after all. Where'd you find it? Well, it was in the effects of someone who passed away a while back. This was over a decade ago though, so I'm not party to the details. Ah, so Saya was the one who stole that film, huh? Well, makes sense. She was pretty shady to begin with. He pinched the film up between his fingers. The printing on the back side was faded. It felt old just looking at it. What's more, the film itself was extremely loose, meaning it likely been left out in the light for a long time. Who was this person who passed away? Saya from the Shigusa Shrine. Saya Shigusa. That was the woman Masaki Ayato Hinagami confessed to killing. Though that said, Nanako Sawashiro had told a different tale. One where she died of illness. I probably shouldn't press him on that topic just yet. Is this the only clinic in the settlement? I hastily changed the subject. Yeah, it's enough for a quaint little settlement. Country folk are pretty tenacious, so they won't go to the doctor unless it's life or death. The woman running the inn had indeed been rather hale and hearty in spite of her advanced years. And even if they do get sick, we have this pharmaceutical company which provides us medicine free of charge, so the ill don't have it too bad. Are you talking about Hinagami Pharmaceuticals? Oh, yes. They've been supplying us medicine for a very long time now. Must have been their way of giving back to the locals. Oh, is that a visitor? An elderly man's voice chimed in. Oh wow, he does look even older. He already looked old when we last saw him, but yeah. Significantly whiter now, that's for sure. Oh, father, yes, this is Mr. Tokisaka from Tokyo. He's friends with the Kuchigis. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. This must have been Aso Kuroya, Chizuru's grandfather on her mother's side. So, really now? How's that old dog Yasutada doing? Last I heard, he stepped down as the director of his hospital. His son Fumiya took over. Seems he's still going through a bit of a rough patch, though. Fumiya, huh? The boy could have been a great surgeon were it not for that accident. Still, he nodded with pride. How was he doing, father? Wish I had good news, but it's looking pretty grim. He can't even keep his food down anymore. Pardon me, I'll be going now. I got up when I realized this was a conversation I shouldn't be privy to. I'll most likely return another time with some questions, but in any case, it was a pleasure meeting you. You too. Feel free to drop by anytime you'd like. I mean, as long as you're part of their small little circle in some shape or form, they are pretty welcoming, but, you know, the same can't necessarily be said about other people in the village. I left the clinic and returned to the crossroads. It seemed I was in the Kuroya's good graces thanks to Chizuru's letter. Sadly, I doubted I'd have such luck with the rest of the residents. Still, that didn't mean I could just throw my hands in the air and give up. I scanned the settlement and spotted a giant estate to the east. No other houses in the area were that big, so if I were a betting man, I'd say it was probably the Hinagami's place. Guess now is as good a time as any to play dumb and see what I can get out of them. Maybe I can get the official story in Masaki too. The closer I got, the grander I realized the estate was. The snow out in front had been neatly swept away, leaving a space big enough to park a car. Just then a woman who looked like a servant came out carrying a basin. Excuse me, but could I have a minute of your time? The woman froze in surprise. Am I correct in assuming this is the Hinagami residence? Yes. Why do you ask? The short woman set the steaming basin on the ground and tensed up. She seemed rather wary of my presence. Not that I blamed her, of course. I'd honestly gotten used to this sort of reception by now. My name is Tokisaka and I'm visiting from Tokyo. Would you mind if I ask you a few questions? I would, thank you very much. I have nothing to say to you. She was being awfully defensive. Which, of course, was as good as saying she was hiding something big, at least in her mind anyway. Go away, I'll throw this water on you. To top it all off, she even picked up the basin and aimed it at me. Sorry for troubling you. I feared I'd die of hypothermia before I ever got back to the inn if she splashed me with that stuff. And so I wisely decided to make a strategic retreat. Wow, I didn't see that one coming from Yuka. But okay. Never would have dreamed I'd see grandfather so frail. It was the thought that struck Masaki after he'd left his grandparents to themselves. Perhaps such a drastic change was only to be expected, seeing as over a decade had passed. However, it didn't change the fact that he still had no intention of taking over the Hinagami family. Oh, Master Ayato. Yuka returned from outside just then, setting the empty basin in the living room. Please be careful, someone sketchy was lurking outside just now. Sketchy? How so? He said he was from Tokyo and it looked like he was snooping around. Perhaps he came to take you back. I'm sure Ayato would love that, actually. Yuka was shaken and flustered. Masaki knew exactly who she was talking about, but found himself at a loss for how to explain him to her. He fled for the hills after I threatened to splash him with water, though, so you should be safe for the time being. Oh, he is so going to give me hell for this later. You can bet your ass on it. Knowing that made Masaki wish she really had splashed him, but he kept that thought to himself. My father's still in Tokyo. Yes, he and Mistress Karen are currently tied up with work. However, the two of them should be back tomorrow. Goddamn Karen. Tomorrow? For New Year's. Now that we have you back, I can tell this is going to be a New Year's to remember. Yuka smiled. Masaki wondered whether he'd still be around for New Year's. He knew at age he planned on returning to Tokyo before then, which meant the man could only stay in Hitogata another 2 days if he wanted to make it back in time. Masaki had to get back too. He didn't plan on staying, but that wasn't to say he didn't feel guilty for getting Yuka's hopes up either, intentionally or not. Saya passed away shortly after you disappeared, and Naori and Nanako went to Tokyo. So it's been lonely around here. Could you fill me in on what happened when Saya passed away? Nanako's account of Saya's death had clearly contradicted the truth of the matter. Thus Masaki wanted to clarify the differences right away. Well, if I remember right, words that Saya had collapsed spread while we were all searching for you. Okay, doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but you know, Yuka stared off into the distance as if she was literally looking into the past. Apparently she passed away while Dr. Kuruya was attending to her heart failure, they said. I knew it. That isn't even remotely close to what happened. Why is that the official story? Is the whole village trying to cover up the murder? If so, for what purpose? To cover for me? No, they're probably more concerned about protecting the Hinagami name. It would be a massive scandal if it got out that one of their own was a murderer after all. That was the conclusion Masaki reached. He couldn't think of much else that added up so perfectly. Yeah, that's probably it, yeah. But we already came to that conclusion earlier, didn't we? And even Reiji, I think, mentioned it in the hospital when they were talking to Nanako. I returned to the crossroads. Frustrating as it was, talking to the Hinagami family would have to wait, unless I wanted to end up an eye sculpture, that is. That leaves just one other place. I looked up at the mountain ahead. The road led to the shrine archway. The staircase probably led up there, but at present, the steps were buried in snow, which turned it into an unforgiving uphill climb. Man, that looks like hell to scale. Should I really go for it? Closer look revealed that the shape of the stairs had been carved, clearly to make them simpler to ascend, but one wrong step could easily send someone on a trip to the hospital. While I could have just waited at the bottom for someone to come down, that might have taken hours. Plus, I was growing colder by the second, so the idea of getting in a little exercise to warm up made the risk appealing. Thus I steeled myself and began my ascent. I climbed up the sections of the staircase where the stone was visible. He does not know what happened here at that gate at some point. The gentle slope went on and on until the shrine archway eventually came into view. Almost there. Shouldn't be much longer before I see the shrine. Unfortunately, I was already beat by that point. My legs were killing me from all the effort I'd put in to take careful and firm steps. And so I took a break as I turned around and gazed upon the settlement. The residents' houses, all decked out in triangular thatched roofs, looked as though they'd sprouted out of the snowfield. All in all, it was a rather small settlement, made up of dwellings that lined the narrow plain created by mountain streams. The population was probably somewhere in the 100 to 200 range. Essentially, it was a small environment perfect for a select few individuals to hold all the power. Not that I could understand what point there was in that, though. Okay. Turn back toward the archway. Just a little further. Suddenly I noticed a narrow path branching out to the side as I approached the archway. Most of it was buried in snow, though, with traces of only the bare minimum of shoveling visible. It certainly wasn't the type of path I could traverse with my shoes. Not that I wanted to, of course. If this turned out to be the way to the shrine, then screw the visit. Though that said, it was unlikely considering the fact that the archway wasn't facing said direction. What are you doing there? An unfamiliar voice sent me turning around. There I found a middle-aged man in priest robes watching me. Hello, my name is Tokisaka. I'm here visiting from Tokyo. Pardon me, but do you work at the shrine? Yes, I am Kensei Shigusa, the chief priest. The man bowed. If you've come to pray, then the shrine is this way. Kensei pointed in the direction of the shrine archway. Is there anything over here? I, on the other hand, gestured to the narrow path buried in snow. Small wayside shrine, yes. However, we have been told never to trespass upon it, not even as a joke. Kensei approached me and circled around to my flank, subtly blocking the way as though I worried I wouldn't heed his warning. Ah, okay. A wayside shrine, huh? What's enshrined there? Lord Hina, though in actuality that's not where it's truly enshrined. It There it was.
ヒンナ様という
Is
のは
Lord Hina the local god or
こちらの
something?
ご神体ですか
I played dumb.
そうなり
I
ますかね
suppose you could say that. However, he's a vengeful god, so you would be wise not to incur his wrath.
たたり
Vengeful, huh?
拝殿はこちら
Indeed,
ですので
this shrine is right this way. You're welcome to pay your respects there. Kensei tried to lead me through the archway. He seemed hell-bent on keeping me away from that path, which, of course, is probably gonna motivate Reiji even more to look at that thing, right? But it wasn't like I had any business there anyway, so I did as he suggested. Besides, I really didn't want to deal with wet shoes again. A short walk past the archway gave way to a clearing that was home to a grand shrine. It was built completely different from the thatch-roofed houses at the bottom. Any who ever needed proof that religious faith held considerable power in Hitogata needed to look no further. Could only imagine the hell it must have been to haul the necessary lumber all the way up the mountain.
時坂さんは何のためにこちらへい
So
らっ
what
しゃる
brings you here, Mr. Tokisaka? Kensei's question interrupted my musings.
東京の警察に頼まれましてね
I've been sent on behalf of Tokyo PD to look into a case. I decided honesty was the best policy here. If I'd made up some random BS, that wouldn't have probably come back to bite me later if he'd ever discovered the truth.
とある件とは
What case? Kensei's interest was piqued naturally.
戦前こちらに仕草道夫
Was
という
there a man
方が
named
おられました
Michio Shigusa who lived here before the war? I started from the most tangential detail possible.
私の
He
妻
was my wife's oldest brother, Shigusa's only son.
ただ
However, he ran
私が
away
向こ
from
う
home
に
in the
住む前
1920s.
大正の頃
before I
には
married into the
失婚してしまっ
family.
たとのことですが
失礼ですが
Pardon my audacity, but exactly how old are you?
一昨年地名を迎えま
Turned
した
50 just 2 years ago. My wife did the same this year. So he's 52, huh? Considering that would mean Michio Shigusa had run away in his 20s before subsequently founding the Congregation of the Blessed in Tokyo, it sounded like we had the right Michio Shigusa here.
出奔してからのことは何か
You know
ご
what
存知です
became
か
of him afterwards?
いえ
No, like I said, this all happened before I married into the family. Kensei shook his head. He didn't betray any indicators regarding his sincerity. If Michio Shigusa's family knew about what he'd done, then they were probably too ashamed to even mention it. Still, I now had a clear link between the two Shigusas. Okay, I guess it's time to finally get to the heart of the matter.
ではこちらの集落にいらっしゃった
Thank you, then tell me, are you aware that Meguri Takamiya, a resident of the settlement, passed away in Tokyo?
ええ
Yes, I hear she was
殺されて
murdered.
しまったとか
その現場に
You heard
こちらで
correctly.
ヒンナ様と
And as
呼
it
ばれ
turns
ている
out,
土人形が
clay
あります
doll known in these parts as Lord Hina was found at the scene of the crime.
え
Huh? What does that mean?
こちらの風習
Someone in
に
Tokyo
詳しい方
familiar
が
with Hitogata's
時間をおりま
customs
して
also said that something similar was discovered
昔ここで
in an
起こった
incident
事
that
件でも
happened here over
似たようなものが
15 years ago.
発見されたとか
I kept a close eye on Kensei as I stressed that point. His surprise seemed genuine from what I could tell,
こちらではタタリと言
and
わ
that
れ
in
てい
these
る
parts
そう
they
ですね
call it the curse of Lord Hina.
確かに昔はタタリと呼ば
And
れ
in,
た出来
it's
事
true,
があ
an
りました
incident referred to as the curse did indeed happen back then, but why would it have struck Takamiya?
我々はそれを
That's
調
what
べ
I'm
てい
trying
ま
to
す
find out. Specifically, why she was killed in Tokyo, and why your local god was used in the
ヒンナ様
murder.
というこちらの神様を利用して
If it really was the curse of Lord
本
Hina,
当に
then it was not an act of man.
それ
Kensei breathed a faint sigh.
人を殺すのは例外なく人です
Only humans murder other humans, Mr. Shigusa. There was no such thing as curses. A human was carrying this out, that much was clear.
戦前にこの
I
地
hear
で
the
起こった
culprit of the
事件数に
incident
も
prior to the war wasn't caught either. The statute of limitations on
こ
that
ちらは
case
控訴
has
事項
long
が
since
成立してい
passed,
ます
though.
が
何をおっしゃ
I'm
る
afraid I
か
do not
よくわ
understand
かり
what
ま
you're
せんが
getting at. Kensei was playing the fool. Though honestly, he probably had to. If I were in his shoes, I couldn't very well have admitted that humans were behind the curse. Though that could also be interpreted as him covering up for the killer.
こちらに勤めている方で
Did anyone who works here visit Tokyo in the past months? No, the only ones living in this at this shrine are members of my family. We're too busy around New Year's to travel. Kensei's visage tensed ever so slightly. It really was just his family working here, and that only made his claims all the less credible. Truly sorry if I rubbed you the wrong way, I'm just doing my job. Now probably wasn't the best time to garner their hostility. I looked to the shrine, the thought of leaving a donation crossing my mind. Oh, you don't have an offertory box here? Odd, considering most places had them right in front of their shrines. We don't get many visitors, so we have a ledger for donations over there instead. Kensei pointed over to the shrine's office. Oh, I see. Rats, not gonna be able to get away with just tossing in 5 yen or so then. Oh well, might as well bite the bullet anyway. It was with that thought in mind that I headed over to the spot Kensei pointed out. A middle-aged woman was manning the desk. This is my wife, Mia. Hello, welcome to our shrine. Thank you. I took a 100 yen bill out of my wallet after we'd exchanged pleasantries. Please record your donation here. Afterward, I flipped through the ledger Mia handed me. There were already names listed alongside their donations in there, albeit not a whole lot of them. Hinagami Kuroya Hinagami. The Hinagamis had donated the sacred branch back in March, probably as an offering for the festival. The rest of the entries were labeled fees for sacred branch, so they likely were indeed offerings. I wrote fees for sacred branch 100 yen in an empty column, along with my name and address. Thank you very much. I'll be in the settlement this next few days, so I'd appreciate your assistance if something comes up. I left the shrine after delivering that textbook detective cop's spiel. The sun was already setting over the western mountains by the time I returned to the inn. Going slowly back down the stairs so I didn't trip was probably to blame for that. Sunset came early to the mountains in winter, leading to a rapid drop in temperature. I was freezing my buns off, so I was actually really looking forward to getting inside and hashing out a plan for tomorrow with Masaki. Suddenly, you opened the door and almost bumped into me, but fortunately I caught her before she fell. Sorry about that, are you alright? Yes. However, I frowned a moment later when I noticed what she was carrying. Is that my companion's bag? Did something happen to him? Well, Madame Mariku of the Hinagamis came and took him away. I was asked to bring his things, so... The Hinagamis? Ooh, that nitwit! Was that why they turned me away at the door? It's true, isn't it? He really is a Rito. I mean, Ayato Hinagami, isn't he? Yeah, I figured you saw right through him. Were you the one who informed the Hinagamis? No, my grandmother, the proprietress, did that. I tried to pretend I hadn't realized. That old lady, huh? She's one shrewd customer. I mean, she did seem sauced the way she treated the two of them right away. Well, no use crying over spilled milk, I guess. Go on, take that to him. Could you also tell him I'll be stopping by tomorrow to visit? Alright. You shifted Masaki's bag in her arms, bowed, and took off down the snowy streets to the Hinagami residence. Great, now I've got no idea how things are gonna play out. Guess all I can do is take my investigation up a notch, now that this identity is out in the open. I entered the inn and took off my shoes. While not as bad as yesterday, my shoes were still wet from walking around all day, though it would have been a miracle if they weren't. That said, I wouldn't be taking that old woman's advice again. Drying them off in my room this time seemed like the best idea. Oh, there she is now. Speak of the devil. Sir? Yes? Cautiously answered the old woman after grabbing my shoes and stepping onto the floor. She was likely in league with the Hinagamis, so I had to watch my mouth around her. Quit making passes on my granddaughter, will ya? Sure, she's not married, but that's no excuse. What? No, I wasn't flirting with her, I swear. Seriously? Is having a quick chat with the opposite sex all it takes to make you a skirt chaser in these parts? She must remain untainted until the day of her wedding. Oh, you make it sound like she is someone in line. Do we have that right? None of your business. Yoshi spat out those words and stormed away. I've been hoping to get some info out of her if the chance presented itself, but it didn't look like that to be happening anytime soon. Oh well, time to kick back and dry my shoes. Oh well. Back in Masaki's POV, Masaki found himself antsy in his old bedroom. While this indeed had been once his room, it felt like a total strangers by now. Only natural after over a decade, really. It was already dark outside, twilight having come and gone in an instant. He was overwhelmed by a newfound appreciation of how quiet night was in this settlement. Tokyo got dark too, but the air was more or less always full of the hustle and bustle of nightlife and passers-by. However, there was none of that here. No cars, no people, nothing. This was the environment that Masaki Ayato had been raised in. Master Ayato. All of a sudden, Yuka called out to him from the hallway. Come on in. Door opened, revealing Yuka and you. You has brought your belongings. Well, the present time was like, it already started in 1957, but the whole flashback scene was before the war, I think. So must have been late 30s at some point, I think. So yeah. And the incidents that happened of the curse that happened before that were back even further, like in the 20s and stuff, so... yeah, we got to see these people age quite a bit, because we saw them before the war, after the war, and now 10 years later, so... Rito. You set Masaki's back down and glared at him. Sorry, young mistress. Masaki bowed his head before she could lay into him. Why didn't you say anything? I didn't want anyone knowing it was me. Then why did you even return? Well, could have told her it was only because Tokisaka had wanted the guide. That was nothing more than a front. Planning to return to Tokyo soon. Master Ayato. Forgive me, Miss Kirimura, but I can't stay. I don't belong here anymore. No, don't say that. That's not true, Master Ayato. Yuka shook her head. The patriarch and matriarch both eagerly awaited your return. So I can take over the family, right? Just ask Karen to do it then. All she needs is someone willing to marry into the family. There, problem solved. Master Ayato. Yuka rebuked Masaki louder than she'd ever spoken before. Have you no idea of Mistress Karen's condition? Hold on, condition? What are you talking about? Ohina was born infertile. You answered in Yuka's stead. What? But she never told me. He was only diagnosed while you were off at war. And besides, it's not the sort of thing you'd tell a man. I guess so, yeah. But then at the same time, you can't simultaneously give him an answer like that if he had no way of knowing, right? If both of them were saying it, then it must have been true. I have to go now. We have guests back at the inn. Oh, speaking of which, Rito, Mr. Tokisaka said he'd visit you tomorrow. Yeah, pretty much. Classic Karen. So Tokisaka, who's that? The man who came here from Tokyo with Rito. I think he's with the police. Tokyo. Oh my, was that the man I turned away earlier? Exactly. He's a detective, not a cop. Oh, I see. You got up. I'll be seeing you then. Yeah, stay safe. You left, leaving Yuka and Masaki all alone. My father and Karen will be back tomorrow, right? I was actually just going to talk to you about that. Master Shizuru called a few minutes ago to say he won't be able to make it. He won't? That was a huge load off Masaki's mind, at least. Correct. Mistress Karen and Nanako will be coming, however. Nanako too? Why her? I thought she moved away, just like me. So please, take it easy for today. I shall summon you when the dinner is ready. Yuka bowed and left the room. Masaki kept lying on the floor. He couldn't get his thoughts straight. A painting he'd once made long ago still hung from the wall. Where did the boy who loved drawing go? Masaki shook his head shortly after entertaining that question. That boy had died long ago. The man lying here now, Tomoyuki Masaki, was nothing more than a mishmash of worthless refuse. Okay. I headed for the bathhouse in the back of the inn after dinner. Oh god, I think there is gonna be a... If I remember this correctly, I think there's gonna be a nudity in a second, so let me quickly cover that up. Phew. The hot water warmed me to the core. Though my fingertips felt almost painfully itchy at first, they stopped bothering me over time. I sank deeper and deeper until only my head was above the water, then looked up to the night sky. Though it wasn't snowing, it was still frigid as hell. Fortunately, not even my exposed face was cold thanks to the hot water. On top of that, I had the bath all to myself, since no other guests were here. Guess I do have something to thank Masaki's blown cover for, after all. I savored the warmth as I entertained the thought, even I had to admit was horrid. The door to the bathhouse opened just then. I couldn't see very well since there was a ton of steam, and I was at the edge of the bath, but it seemed I wasn't alone anymore. Wait, the only ones here aside from me are... Oh, she's still in the towel. You, that is. Huh? Oh, thank God I won't have to gouge my eyes out after all. Oh, that's not nice to say. Wait, no, hold up. I shouldn't be counting my blessings just yet. Miss Futami? Oh, Mr. Tokisaka, I didn't know you were in here. I was really cold, so... Staring at her would have been like staring at the sun, so I looked as far away as I could. This is a mixed gender bath, just so you're aware. You sat on the bathing stool. There she began washing herself. I didn't look, of course. That said, I caught a glimpse of her milky white back against my wishes. But that was just my male instinct at work, unfortunately. Our eyes found themselves there, whether we wanted them to or not. Seriously, how the hell is she so calm? Mr. Tokisaka? You suddenly called out to me. Yes, what is it? I looked away again as I answered her. I heard you're a you're a detective, not a police officer. Damn nitwit spilled the beans, didn't he? Yeah, but I am here on behalf of the police. I see. Oh. You soap fell out of her hands and slid toward me. Picking up the soap, huh? As a result, she turned in my direction and met my gaze. Pardon me.
すみません。
いえ、
Oh no, it's no problem. I promptly grabbed the soap, only to just as quickly realize the dilemma I was in. I was still in the bath. Normally I'd just gone up to her and handed it over, but at the moment I was having a problem below the waist, so to speak. It would have been humiliating to walk up to her while covering it with a towel, but on the other hand, I'd be labeled a pervert if I just marched over in my birthday suit.
と滑らせますから。
I'll slide it over to you, so get ready to catch it, please. Alright. You nodded, covering her chest with a towel. A second later, I slid the soap across the ground with the best push I could muster.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. You bowed to me after picking up the soap that had landed by a bucket. I'd almost gotten a glimpse of her unmentionables. Man, is this woman bold or clueless? I was starting to feel like an idiot for getting so tense. Though unfortunately none of this was helping a certain tense something loosen up. Excuse me.
失礼します。
You joined me in the bath once she'd finished washing herself. Far away from me, of course.
いい湯ですね。
Water's nice, isn't it?
山で湧いている温
Quite.
泉に
Actually, we
聞いてい
draw
ま
it
す
from a hot spring in the mountains. You faced me and explained.
特に露天風呂というのがいい。
I've always liked open air baths. Too bad it's not snowing though. Otherwise, it'd really be living the dream.
明日の夜には雪に
Oh,
な
that
るという
reminds me.
話
I've
です
heard it actually is supposed to snow tomorrow night.
そうです
Is that right? I looked up at the sky. Though it wasn't clear, I could still see far more stars twinkling than in Tokyo.
二見さん、この集落について聞かせてもらえませんか。
Well, not really. There's not really much to hide here at the moment, since she still has her towel, but I am just leaving it up as a precaution, you know, for the time being. Mind if I ask you about the settlement, Miss Futami? What's it like, for one? I raised my voice, figuring I'd never get another chance like this again.
普通の山村ですよ。
It's an ordinary mountain village, so long as you're a resident anyway.
住んでいない者にとっては
Then how about for the people who aren't?
どうでしょう。
Not sure, actually. Hardly any outsiders visit, after all.
ほとんどないのに旅館があるの
In that case, why even build an inn in the first place?
昔は養蚕の関係者や
Well, I hear that sericulturists and peddlers used to frequent the settlement, but now almost all our customers are locals who are looking to take a bath here.
そこまで外の人間
Really get that few outsiders?
何も
Well, it isn't like there's anything special here for them. You took a breath and sank all the way down to the tip of her nose. I was pretty sure a part of the reason why they had an inn here was so they could spy on visitors. They had to be constantly watching the guests' every move, at least considering how quickly they'd unmask Masaki. Thus, I couldn't afford to pull any reckless stunts here. That said, my current plight was about as reckless as things got. I glanced at you. All but the tip of her head was sunk underwater. Oh shit. I frantically hurried over her way. Did the heat get to her? Whatever the case, I'd be damned if I let her drown. Fortunately, she was already wearing a towel, so I carried her over toward the bathing stools and set her atop the drain boards. Okay, now she's lying on the ground with her only covered by her towel. Her body was red as a beet, probably from being in the water for so long.
大丈夫ですか、二見さん。
Are you alright, Miss Futami? I figured fanning her would be the best way to cool her down, but unfortunately the only thing I could make wind with was the towel wrapped around my waist. And that wasn't something I was willing to part with, regardless of the circumstances. If only there was something else I could use. What? We're gonna get an investigation scene now? Are you kidding me? I don't know if I can show that, but she's wearing a towel, so it should be okay. That's about what we're looking at the moment, just so you're aware. But I'll have to keep it up, unfortunately, because, you know, Twitch is gonna clap me otherwise, probably. Cut it out, Reiji. You can't remove that. That happens when you click on the towel, by the way. She moaned, delirious from the heat. I had to do something and fast. I mean, what else can we, what else could we click at here, anyway? Maybe it'd be best to wake her up. Yeah, that's... I don't know, there's not really much else we can click. I instinctively gulped. I'm so close to seeing... Wait, what the hell am I singing? This isn't the time for that. I have to cool her down and fast. Yeah, I don't know what else to click on, to be honest, here. Can I just click end investigation so we don't do anything lewd? If you click on the towel again, he says, "Are you deaf, brain?" No means no. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna just try and save it here, and then try to maybe end the investigation and see what happens, because we can't, It's enough screwing around, I'll just wake her like a normal person. Okay, I have a suspicion that if you click on the towel long enough, you'll eventually remove it, but, you know, we're not gonna do that right now. That's enough screwing around. Miss Futami. You stirred. Nao-chan. She mumbled a name. Please, Miss Futami, you have to wake up. I gave her a little shake to snap her out of it. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. You faintly opened her eyes and gazed up at me. Are you alright? I think you passed out right in the bath. Oh, I'm so sorry to have put a visitor like you through that. Her cheeks flushed, likely from the heat, and she looked down. Standing right at the end of her side was a certain intimate pal of mine who was making a very prominent appearance. Excuse me? You got up and made a beeline for the bathhouse. Sure is freezing out here. I decided to step back into the bath and leave once my nosy little body had his fill of standing at attention. Well, well. Okay, we're back to normal now. I'm terribly sorry about all of that, truly. You bowed deeply when she entered the room. No, please, you have nothing to apologize for. But I made such a dreadful blunder. True, but I did get a feast for the eyes out of it. So we were square. Not that I could say that, of course. You were in the bath first, so I thought it would have been rude to get out before you. You tried to excuse her behavior in a fluster. So, I'm dreadfully sorry. It's fine, really. Don't let it bother you. Now I was the one who felt like apologizing. Oh, that reminds me, there's something I'm curious about. Who's Nao? I said that? Well, I suppose you wouldn't be asking had I not. You hung her head. Nao refers to Naori from the Kuroya clinic. Naori Kuroya, huh? Oh, him. I think I heard he's in Tokyo. Yes, he said he wanted to go to college, so he traveled to Tokyo shortly after the war began. And he's been working there ever since. Was there something between you two? No, nothing at all. You shook her head. Someone clearly had a crush, but it wasn't my place to ask about that. Not that I'd ever intended to.
ところで、先ほどは聞きそびれ
On
てしまった
another
んで
note,
すが、
there's something else I
ヒンナ
forgot to
様につい
ask
て聞
you.
かせてもらえませんか？
Could you tell me about Lord Hina, more specifically his curse, if possible? The curse of Lord Hina?
ヒンナ様のたたりですか。
You sat up straight and took a deep breath.
この地で
I
は
assume you are aware that there are incidents referred to as the curse that have been happening in Hitogata for a very long time. She glanced up at me. Was that her way of implying that I wouldn't have known about the curse without having looked into it already?
ヒンナ様はたたり神ですが
They say Lord Hina is a vengeful god who will grant you a wish if you worship him correctly. However, only the Hinagamis are taught the proper way to do so.
ひな神家にしか伝えられていません。
だからこそ、
So that's why the curse strikes anyone else who tries worshipping Lord Hina, because they don't know
た
it.
たりを起こしているのでしょうね。
But would anyone brave those risks? Did they really have a wish that was worth endangering their life for? And besides, why would someone go to such lengths to keep anyone else from worshipping Lord Hina? Humans were behind the curse. That much was undeniable. As such, it was plausible that someone connected to the Hinagamis and Oshigusas committed all those atrocities. But why? To protect their family status? Maybe there had indeed once been an era when such acts were considered necessary. The notion that was far too anachronistic in our modern world.
二見さんはいわゆる
Have you ever seen the so-called real Lord Hina?
本物でしたら
The real one is enshrined at the Hinagami estate. I've never seen it, but supposedly the same goes for even the
ひ
Hinagamis
な神の家
themselves.
の人も見たことはないと言っていました。
That corroborated Masaki's claims. In that case, did that mean that no one apart from the Hinagamis and Shigusas even knew what exactly Lord Hina was? Was it really kept under such strict lock and key?
実物を見たことがなくても
You say you've never seen it, but do you at least know what Lord Hina looks like?
知っているという
Wouldn't go so far as to say that I know for sure, but I highly suspect something I once saw was Lord Hina.
これとは
And what would that be?
昔
A clay doll that Karen Hinagami made before a festival many years ago under the instructions of someone from Shigusa Shrine. A clay doll? They didn't really explain it to her, but they had an old book that she worked off of.
本を手本にして作っていました。
Yeah, we saw that in the flashback back then.
カレンさんが
So this Karen made Lord Hina? Oh, but the Oracle offered it up in her dance at the festival and broke it, so I doubt the one Karen made is around anymore.
彼女が作ったものは残っていないと思います。
That lined up with the basic outline of the festival Masaki had laid out for me.
ミコが祭りで壊したもの
Are you sure the clay doll that Oracle destroyed was the same one Karen made?
はっきり
Can't say for certain, but the curse did happen right after that festival.
そのお祭りの後にたたりが起こっています。
それは
Who claimed it was the work of the curse? The Hinagamis? The Shigusas?
神社の誰かだとか
No, I don't believe so. Villagers such as my grandmother simply started insisting it was the curse's doing.
祭りの後に
But isn't it like someone always dies after the festival? It isn't like someone always dies after the festival, right?
もちろんです。
Of course not. Otherwise we'd have a death every year.
毎年人が死んでいることになってしまいますから。
でも十数
But that curse definitely happens after the festival every decade or two, correct?
生まれる前の
That's
こと
what
は
my grandmother
知りませ
says.
んが
I don't know much about anything that
祖母の
happened
話
before I
で
was
は
born, though.
そうだということです。
Maybe I should have a chat with this lady. Then again, she hates outsiders, so I doubt she'd let anything slip so easily.
話を聞かせていただいて
Thank you for telling me all of that. I ended my line of questioning there, figuring I'd gotten all the info I could at the moment.
いえ、こちらこそ。
Oh no, it was the least I could do for causing you so much trouble. You bowed deeply.
それでは
I'll be taking my leave
失礼
then.
いたします。
Good night. You left my room. I dragged an ashtray over and lit up a smoke. It was all but certain that the Hinagamis, or the Shigusas, or both, were behind the curse here. However, no matter how hard I racked my brain, I ultimately couldn't figure out why they wouldn't be involved with murderers back in Tokyo. Yeah, that remains to be seen. Okay. The next morning was so nippy that I had been this close to calling off the entire investigation. Part of me would have loved nothing more than to hole up at the inn all day and soak in the open air baths until I achieved enlightenment. But alas, I had to speak to Masaki. Thus it was with great lament in my heart that I left the inn and braved the snowy roads that led me toward the heart of the settlement. Eventually I reached a crossroads. Apparently this area was known as Kamihina. The area with the police station and inn was called Maehina. The area to the north with the shrine was named Atohina. The east was known as Hidarihina, and finally the west was referred to as Migihina. Those names made it abundantly clear just how much power the Hinagamis wielded. But while those regions were all dotted with houses, there was little to no sign of life. I didn't see so much as a single person walking around. If I had to guess, they were all probably busy preparing for New Year's. Then again, maybe they were just avoiding me since I was an outsider. Hey, you kid! That voice snapped me out of my musings. I turned to find an old man in work clothes walking my way. Oh, it's Saizo. You that city slicker from Tokyo? A rude question, but I nodded all the same. Nothing personal, but you should skip town fast as you can. And you are? Who, me? My name's Saizo Kuki. I run the local town hall, though I know sure as hell I don't look like the type. You could say that again. If someone else had come up to me and told me he was a civil servant, I might very well laughed in their face. It worries everyone when a stranger wanders our streets. That's why they're all staying home. Are there usually more people out and about? Damn right. They're just scared shitless of you. What, do they think I am, a foreigner? What, are you saying it would be alright if it was a foreigner to act that way? But after a moment's consideration, I came to realize their reaction wasn't so unwarranted. The guy from Tokyo was, for all intents and purposes, a foreigner in a secluded rural community in the mountains. I'll be sure not to cause any trouble. Glad to hear that. Still, hit the road when you're wrapped up your business, you hear? Saizo walked away, leaving only that final warning behind. I hadn't come to this settlement expecting them to roll out the welcome wagon for me. Far from it. But still, to hear Saizo's piece made it feel like the houses all had eyes on me. That wasn't to say it hadn't already been pretty obvious they were spying on me, of course. However, I wasn't any less uncomfortable knowing that fact. Since the Kuroya clinic was nearby, I figured I'd stop there first and ask everything I'd failed to do the day before. I rang the doorbell and waited. Hello. Oh, you're Mr. Tokisaka, right? Good morning. I was wondering if I could ask you some more questions. Well, sure, I don't see why not. Unless a patient comes to our door, that is. Use it to show me inside. Oh, you're that young lad from yesterday, Mr. Tokisaka, correct? Yes, thank you for having me. I greeted so and sat in the nearest chair. Well then, what did you want to ask? User sat opposite me and prodded away. Nothing too serious, just so you're aware. You previously employed a woman by the name of Nanako Sawashiro, correct? Oh, Nanako, eh? That sure brings me back. Wonder how long it's been since she left us. How do you know her? Yuzura's cautious tone was in complete contrast to his nostalgic father-in-law. Well, he's acquainted with the Kuchikis, right? I take it he met her at their hospital. Good guess. So, I'm actually the one who introduced the Kuchikis to her. I set her up with a job for when she moved to Tokyo, you see. Well, at least he did that, you know, after he has been groping her all the time when she still worked there. So sounded quite proud of himself. Speaking of which, I heard she had moved to Tokyo because of her father. Would you happen to know the story behind that? Her father was what they call a speculator. He made his living constantly gambling on the stock market and similar ventures. A speculator, eh? Masaki had called him a prospector, but then again, both jobs did dream of striking gold. If my old brain serves me right, Nanako and her father moved here when she was just a little girl. You mean they weren't born here? That's right, and as such, they didn't mingle a lot with the rest of the villagers. The reason she started working here was somewhat unique as well. Okay. Nanako's father would beat her on a daily basis. Yeah, we did suspect that there was something weird going on because she kinda reacted funny whenever the subject was brought up. You mean he was a child abuser? Suppose that's what they'd call it nowadays, yes. But this was before the war, so he got away with it, just by calling it parental discipline. In that case, why did she ever agree to move to Tokyo with him? I mean, she was already a grown woman by then, right? A case of codependency, that's why. User aside, she probably can't bring herself to leave her father all by himself. I even tried treating her for it from time to time. Because he's a psychiatrist, right? Oh, are you a psychiatrist? It's my specialty, actually, but unfortunately I failed to fully cure her. She never let it show while she was working here, not in the slightest. So I saw that she'd gotten over it. Fool that I am. Mental illness isn't so easily cured, from what I hear. Oh, you talk like you've dabbled in psychiatry yourself. I happen to personally know a psychiatrist, so I've picked up a thing or two about the field, yes. I saw it back to that criminal of a doctor. Could he have treated her? No. Whatever he did with her, it sure as hell wouldn't be treatment. Considering how his patients ended up, it was fortunate the pair had never crossed paths. Oh, speaking of, Fumiya told me that your son Naori is working as a doctor in Tokyo, is that correct? Yes, so let him go to medical school in Tokyo, but he hasn't been back since. Yuzuru smiled awkwardly. Boy probably feels at home there. Do you know what hospital he's at? He said that Hinagami Pharmaceuticals initially hooked him up with work at a research lab, but that he then started working as a full-time doctor for an orphanage. Oh yes, the White Lily Garden, was it? No, that wasn't the same orphanage as what's her face, Yukiko's mother works in. Because I thought for a moment, is that the same place? But no, it isn't. It just sounded similar. I see. And do you know what kind of work they had him do at the Hinagami Pharmaceuticals lab? No, he never told me. He probably had a confidentiality agreement that swore him to silence. Yeah, makes sense in that line of work. However, this was a Hinagami Pharmaceuticals lab, so you'd probably have better luck asking those people instead. You mean the Hinagamis? Yes, I'm sure they won't be able to turn you down once they learn you're the one who brought Ayato here. So he knew, huh? Ed figured they'd told him, seeing how Yuzuru had once been a Hinagami himself. I think I'll do just that then. This seemed like as good a chance as any to take my leave. Well, well. Oh, he's going up there, okay. Right when Right when Reiji was about to visit the estate, huh? Masaki ascended the long staircase all the way to Shigusa's shrine. Though he'd been dragged back to his family's place, that didn't mean they had him under any real surveillance or anything. As such, he was essentially allowed to roam the settlement as he pleased. However, just because they weren't watching him didn't mean others had granted him the same courtesy. He'd sensed people staring at him from within their houses after he'd left the Hinagami estate, and it never ended either. His decade-plus absence had been time enough to turn him into much more of a stranger than he'd anticipated. It made him feel like he was really visiting Hitogata for the first time as Tomoyuki Masaki, not returning to his hometown as Ayato Hinagami. The entire situation was so discomforting that he'd fled to the shrine rather than rendezvous with Reiji at the inn. Not that he had no ulterior motives for visiting the place, of course. I have to unravel the story behind Saya's death. Is that a smart idea? I mean, the people will know, or at least the people at the shrine will know that she didn't die of a weak heart or a heart attack, or whatever they said. He'd murdered someone, yet the settlement treated it like it never happened. Thus he had to confirm once and for all what really happened, if nothing else. It was with that thought in mind that Masaki knocked on the shrine officer's door. Hello. Oh, if it isn't Ayato. Hello. Mia, Ayato's here. Kensei turned around and called for his wife. Ara. Goodness me, it's been so long, Ayato. How are ya? Oh, fine. Thank you for asking. Masaki was stunned by just how much they'd aged. I hear you were in Tokyo. Does that mean the man who stopped by yesterday is a friend of yours? Mr. Tokisaka visited this place? Not that Masaki was surprised. He'd figured Eiji would have checked out the shrine sooner or later. Yes, and he was asking all sorts of questions. Kensei sighed. I'd rather he not rock the boat around here if at all possible. I get that, but I have some questions of my own. Take it this won't be a pleasant conversation. Kensei sighed again and beckoned Masaki into the shrine office. Then, there they sat down in a room with a wooden floor. Where's Yoshimitsu? Both he and his wife passed away long ago, during your absence. I see. It's been that long, has it? Still, he couldn't forget what he'd done in this very building. Kensei, tell me about Saya's death, please. Masaki sat up straight and cut right to the heart of the matter. Saya died of illness, that's the story. Masaki could tell from his choice of words that Kensei knew the whole truth. You called that an illness? If this is your idea of a joke, it isn't funny. Masaki objected, fighting to quell the rampage of emotions, laying waste to his heart. Bro, why would you correct him there? Seriously. I killed Saya. I killed her with my own two hands. Well, there he goes. Just said it. Even if that is true, it doesn't change the fact that Saya passed away from illness. Why not? Because they thought it would be better for you that way. No, that's not accurate. Kensei shook his head as he faced Masaki, who'd all but lunged out of his seat caution. They probably did it to protect Hitogata. Who's they? Masaki drew himself back, calmed down, took a deep breath before asking Kensei to elaborate. Everyone. It wasn't any one person who decided on it. All of them made it so nothing had ever happened. Did they win the police over too? They didn't have to. After all, there'd never been a crime to begin with. It sounded like Kensei didn't intend to say anything else about the matter. Confessed to Saya's murder back in Tokyo. And I take it the police turned a deaf ear to you, seeing as how it happened over a decade ago and everything. That would be the most logical conclusion. Well, Masaki was painfully aware there had been no evidence left to find after a decade. But still, show me the storehouse, please. The storehouse? Kensei cocked his head. The gala, this man. I killed Saya after finding out she was the one who murdered Satsuki. Did you cover that up too? Satsuki passed away a very long time ago. If you did indeed identify Saya as the culprit, you should have gone to the police about it back then. Like hell you people would have ever admitted to it. Masaki pounded the edge of the brazier in rage. Ashes scattered and rained onto the floor. Please show me the storehouse. If you insist. Kensei got up. Masaki followed suit. Don't know if that was so smart, but I guess. I mean, if it's, if they got rid of all the evidence and the police doesn't give a shit, then nothing's probably gonna happen, right? The storehouse was behind the shrine office, encapsulated by trees, raised in white. There were no footprints or even traces that surrounding the snow had been shoveled, meaning it probably hadn't been used in ages. Kensei walked ahead and brushed the snow aside, creating a path for Masaki to tread. Neither man said so much as a word. Kensei opened the door once he reached the storehouse. It was unlocked, just as it had been over a decade ago. There was nothing in there. That too was just as it had been on that day. You don't have to take your shoes off. Kensei entered the storehouse after getting that out of the way. Masaki did as suggested. The air was frigid. The dust on the floor stuck more and more to his damp shoes with each step. Masaki slowly made his way over to the chest. It was right there in that exact spot it had been on that day. If Saya was telling the truth, then there's something else down there, something that I didn't manage to touch that day. Still, are Mom's limbs really in that other trunk? Masaki grabbed the chest's lid. Only to notice the clasp had been swapped out for a new one. A sinking suspicion, one he very much didn't like, struck him. Regardless, he pulled the lid upward. He then used the hinges on the wall as a fulcrum to open it all the way. And the inside was... No, it's all different. Back then there had been a floorboard akin to slated wood set in there. However, the bottom had now changed completely. It had been sealed up, leaving not even a single gap. Masaki entered the chest. He got on his knees and pounded the flooring, hearing a loud sound in response. Kensei. Kensei hadn't said a word the whole time. You sealed off the basement, didn't you? There never was a basement to begin with. No more games. That's just it then? You all really decided to simply sweep the whole thing under the rug? Masaki leaped out of the chest and accosted Kensei. I take no pride in what we've done, nor do I believe it just. Then, should have never returned. Kensei laid his hands on Masaki's shoulders and shook his head. I should have just led a quiet life in Tokyo. You think I didn't want exactly that? Unfortunately, that was now impossible. All the homicides that had happened around him had seen to that. Honestly, so much is happening right now that I don't have time to be dredging up an old case, but we still wanted to bring everything that had happened in the settlement to light, including his own crime. Let's go. I'm sure this place holds painful memories for you too. Kensei patted Masaki on the shoulder. Masaki did as he asked and left the storehouse, feeling as lost as a boat adrift at sea the whole time. Man. Can't even begin to imagine what he must have been, how he must have felt in that scenario, huh? After finishing my business at the Kuroya clinic, I headed for the Hinagami estate to succeed where I'd failed the day before. I took a good hard look at it from afar, but it was as silent as the grave. That maid from yesterday was nowhere to be found outside either. Though that said, I was equally clueless as to where in the building Masaki was. Oh well, only one way to find out. I walked down the neatly shoveled path and made my way to the door.
すみません。
Excuse me. Once there, I announced my presence.
はい
Yes, who is... Oh. The maid Yuka Kirimura, if my memory served right, froze like a deer in headlights the moment she saw my face. She's not gonna threaten to splash me with water again, is she?
と
Oh, you're the gentleman who brought Master Ayato back to
綾
us.
人様を
Mr.
お連れください
Tokisaka, I believe. Phew, looks like Masaki put in a good word for me.
彼はいますか？
May I have a word with him?
今は出かけているようでして
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid he's out at the moment.
どこへ行ったか。
Do you know where he went? I took a stock of the estate as I asked that question. After all, I couldn't count on the chance she was lying.
ふらりと出て行かれたの
Can't
で
say for
何とも言え
sure
ま
since
せ
he
んが
left without so much as a word, but I believe he would have gone to the shrine. The shrine, eh?
ありがとう。
Thanks. I expressed my gratitude and left the Hinagami estate. I climbed the steep and slippery staircase to the shrine once again. Halfway up, I found Masaki staring at the shrine archway.
こんなところにいたのか。
Finally found you,
時坂さん
Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki turned to face me, his voice practically dead.
何をしてるんだ。
What are you doing?
ここで
This
が
is...
死んでい
This
た
is where Satsuki died. Masaki turned to the archway and offered a prayer.
そうか。
I say, they must have told him about it on their way there or something. I followed suit.
時坂さん東京
Let's
に
go
帰り
back
ま
to
しょう
Tokyo now. His urging elicited a raised eyebrow from me.
実家で何かあったのか。
Something happened with your family?
ええまあ
You could say that.
このままだと家を
They'll
潰
make
さ
me
れそう
take
なん
over
で
the
す
family if I stay.
継げばいいだろう。
Just do it then. What's so bad about that? I minced no words with him.
嫌なんですよ
The idea sickens
こんな
me.
ところでお山
Would
の
you
大将を
seriously want to
続けて
play
いく
king of a hill like this if you were in my shoes?
お山の大将だって
Hey, even the shabbiest of hills still needs their kings.
それにひながみ製薬も
Besides,
ある
you'd
し
be inheriting Hinagami Pharmaceuticals too, so it's not like this place is all you'd get out of the deal.
だから余計に嫌なんじゃないで
Now
すか
that I want even less. I mean, my sister already works at the company, so she'd make a perfect successor.
俺だったら適当に継い
If
で
it were me,
血だらけ
I'd
に
do
過
it
ご
and
す
spend the rest of my days living the good life.
そんなことが言えるのは部外者だからですよ
It's easy for you to say when you don't know what it's like on the inside. He had me there.
それに
Besides, inheriting the Hinagami family would mean inheriting some twisted traditions too. True.
悪しき
Oh, such as...
時坂さんだって気づいているんじゃないですか
Surely you've realized that the Hinagamis and Shigusas must be killing people and passing it off as the curse. That wasn't exactly a hard conclusion to make for anyone sane enough to understand that those deaths were the work of humans.
だが証拠はない。
Yeah, but there's no proof, is there?
一応警察だって
I mean, even the
調べている
police
そうだ
searched and came up empty-handed.
それだって圧力がかかって途
Only
中で
because
打ち
they
切ら
were
れたわけ
pressured
で
to
す
cancel the investigations, right?
それこそ圧力
That
が
is
かかったという
exactly what you'd
証拠
need
が
to
必要
prove.
だ。
Without solid evidence, you're just spouting some loony conspiracy theory.
たわごとに過ぎない。
ですが
But...
まあ落ち着けよ。
Relax, just calm down.
逆に言えば
What that also means is that they won't be able to talk their way out of it if we do find proof. We never
その
will.
証拠が見つからないんです
The
よ
adults wouldn't even dream of
大人
talking.
たちは口を割らないでしょうし
証拠と呼べる
Well, I
かは
don't know
疑
if
問だ
I'd
が
call it evidence, but there is something that's been bugging me. And that's the existence of the Oracle.
存在だ。
They said the Oracle's prophecies brought about the curse.
ざっと話を聞いた
From what I've
限り
heard, the curse happens after the Oracle
祭りで
performs her
巫女が
dance at the
舞を奉納した
festival,
後に
right?
たたりは起こっているのだろう。
必ずたたりが起こ
Not
っている
always,
という
not
わ
to
け
my
では
knowledge anyway. I
昔
once
見た
found
文
some
献では
old documents that said the Oracle appeared for 7 years straight around the turn of the century. Yet the curse only struck in a few of those years. I heard the same thing. My source, assuming he wasn't lying, said there were 3 instances of the curse in that area. But the Oracle isn't around now, so the curse shouldn't be happening, wouldn't you agree? Are you insinuating that the Oracle is behind the murders? Not necessarily. In fact, it's more logical and easier to explain if we assume it's done by people borrowing the name of the Oracle. Hence why the curse is happening now. So someone is enacting the curse out there even though the Oracle isn't around. We don't need to prove that the Oracle's still around after all these years, right? I looked at the base of the archway. After all, that Satsuki of yours was likely the Oracle. That's... Masaki swallowed his words. Did you not want to admit it? Of course, I can't deny that a new Oracle may have risen to the stage, but I doubt that, don't you agree? I haven't heard anything to that effect, no. Considering that the fact that the Oracle appeared every decade or two, the time was ripe for her to make her return. The curse had even started all over again after a decade and a half's interim after all. This is sounding like a generational thing. No one knows the Oracle's lineage, right? Well, same goes for Satsuki's origins. That's right. The police looked into that too, from what I heard, but ultimately failed to identify her. We still didn't have enough information to ask the Shigusas about where they were summoning the Oracle from. Therefore, we needed something solid, so they couldn't give us the slip. No, wait, I could always try shaking them up. Who's currently living in the shrine? Just Kensei and his wife Mia. Both Yoshimitsu and his wife Ryoko have passed away. Though the old generation was gone, they'd probably passed the answers we were looking for down to the next generation. Guess I'll pay them a visit. Okay. We reached the shrine and headed straight for the office. Ayato. Oh no, it's the Karen. Suddenly I heard a voice resounding from the way we just came. Karen? Ayato. A woman, Karen Hinagami, raced across the snow and locked Masaki in a hug. I didn't know she was coming. It was New Year, so it makes sense that she'd return to visit her family. However, that probably wasn't the only reason she was here. Ayato, you're alive! Oh, thank goodness! Karen. Karen wrapped her arms around Masaki's head and refused to let go, savoring their reunion that was over a decade in the making. Ayato. Karen called her brother's name over and over as she heaved with sobs. I shouldn't ruin the moment. I took one last look at the shrine office before leaving, vowing to come back later. Well, I mean, at least someone is happy to see him, right? The sun had already soared across the southern skies and was beginning to set in the west. Standing at the bottom of the staircase was a familiar face, though one I hadn't seen around these parts. Nanako is here too. Well, we knew that would happen, but still. Mr. Tokisaka, was it? It was Nanako Sawashiro. So you're here too, huh? Yes, Mr. Hinagami was too busy to leave Tokyo, so I'm here accompanying Karen in his stead. Shizuru Hinagami won't be coming. Well, shit. I'd been hoping to ask him some questions, but it sounded like that wasn't a lost cause. Were you on your way to see the Kuroyas? Yes, but I just couldn't bring myself to go in. I saw numerous foot trails leading back and forth from where she was standing. I doubt you have anything to worry about. I've been to their place every day myself since I got here. I see. Gee, nice pep talk there, Eiji. I have to admit though, I'm curious, why did you end up sobbing for Shizuru? Well, he's done me a lot of favors since I started living in Tokyo. Through Karen, that is. Oh, do you work for Hinagami Pharmaceuticals in addition to Kuchiki Hospital? No, I'm not affiliated with them. Nanako cocked her head. So I was wrong, huh? And here I saw that would explain why she only worked part-time. I just went to visit my old home, but it's been demolished and buried in snow. I can't even tell where anything used to be. Nanako smiled sadly. It happens with any place, given enough time. I suppose you're right. Nanako nodded and took off toward the Kuroya clinic. Thank you for hearing me out. Oh well. Hehe. Karen smiled and snuggled up to Masaki. The grin hadn't left her face since they departed the shrine. Is she really that happy? Been so long since Masaki had last seen Karen, yet their reunion had hardly moved him. That wasn't to say being with her didn't make him happy or bring back memories of better times, though. Probably anyway. He just couldn't bring himself to care all that much, almost as if he were watching all of this happen to a stranger. Say, how long are you planning on staying, Ayato? Well, I'll be going back to Tokyo soon. That's the plan anyway. It doesn't sound like she intends to keep me tied to Hitogata. Masaki mused over that as he walked with Karen. Where do you live right now? An acquaintance is letting me stay at his office for now. The way I'm hoping to get to go apartment hunting soon. Then what do you say to staying at my apartment in Kojimachi? Oh no, I couldn't possibly take advantage of you like that. Was a rather undesirable proposition for someone who wanted to cut all ties with the Hinagamis if possible. But let's go inside. I'm freezing out here. Must be all those years living in Tokyo taking their toll. Masaki went inside first, interrupting Karen's attempts to continue the conversation. Welcome home, you two. I do feel a little bit bad for her, you know. She may be unhealthily attached to her brother, but still, you know, the fact that she's being treated so coldly by him, despite the fact that she cares a lot. Yeah. Yuka was there to welcome the siblings. Thank you. It's good to be back. Go warm up by the fire, please. I'll make you some tea. Karen and Masaki removed their coats and sat around the fire after Yuka vanished into the kitchen. Must admit, I never would have imagined you were in Tokyo. How I got there is a long story. I could say the same about you, though. So you're helping out at the company these days? Masaki, not wanting to get into himself if he could help it, decided to turn the conversation around. Yes, as father's secretary. Though I do also work in sales. Yeah, if you remember, we did see her at Kuchiki Hospital at some point. You know, when Reiji was about to talk to Koharu and was hanging out with Michiro in the hallway. You've done really well for yourself. She's worlds apart from a slacker like me. If anyone's fit to take over Hinagami Pharmaceuticals, it's her. Unfortunately, she'd never be allowed. Not when she couldn't bear children. Though Masaki knew it would have been far too rude to touch upon that. Why was it that you left home in the first place? Masaki's silence allowed Karen to ask the question he'd feared most. I couldn't possibly tell her the truth. No, hold on, perhaps I should. I ran away because I killed Saya. Even though Masaki himself knew that to be true, it wasn't the truth here in Hitogata. Yes. I had my reasons. But in the end, all he could give was a non-answer. Tea's ready. Yuka returned with a pair of teacups on a tray. I guess the most plausible excuse would probably be for him to just say, like, you know, whenever I'm here, I can't help but think of Satsuki's death or something like that, because she knows he loved her, and I mean, it would only be make sense to say that, right? Thank you, Miss Kirimura. Masaki took his tea, grateful for the interruption. It was because of the war, wasn't it? Nevertheless, Karen persisted. Perhaps you're right. It would all be easier if you just left it at that. Say, Karen, how long have you known I was in Tokyo? Since Nanako told me. I was very surprised, but I didn't go see you because I didn't want to be a bother. Her fears certainly weren't unfounded. He hadn't wanted any contact with the Hinagamis while living as Tomoyuki Masaki. That was why he tried taking his own life. Even now, he still couldn't move his left hand the way he wanted. And being up in these glacial mountains only made it hurt worse. Masaki gently squeezed the teacup with his left hand in hopes of alleviating the pain. Still, I'm so glad you came back. Karen smiled. Unfortunately, she had it all wrong. Masaki hadn't returned to rejoin the Hinagami family. He'd simply come to investigate matters as a detective's assistant. Though he was aware of how contradictory that sounded, considering the fact that he was staying in his house. I'll be going now. I have to start cooking dinner. Yuka got up from where she'd been sitting and returned to the kitchen. Okay. This time, we don't get to see all the details of his bathing session, huh? I took a bath and swung by the front desk after dinner. Excuse me, but could I use your phone? Certainly, we have an automatic exchange, so there's no need to dial an operator. You pointed to a red payphone as she filled out an account book or something. I popped in a few 10-yen coins and called home. Hello, you've reached the Tokisaka residence. Yukari, it's me. I don't believe I know anyone named me. Yukari, I swear. I'm just kidding, Reiji. So is something the matter? Nah, I just wanted to check up on you. Is everything good over there? Yes, thank you. What about you? Are you cold? Please be sure to wear thick layers. Man, aren't I the one who's supposed to do the worrying here? Oh, and please keep the drinking to a minimum. I know how you tend to cut loose on trips. I know. Just relax, will you? I'm not a kid. Children don't drink alcohol. A big kid. Smart Alec.
Smart Alec.
I'm going to hang up before the phone bill skyrockets. Okay, you be careful out there, Eiji. Good night. I heaved a sigh after hanging up. Was that your girlfriend? Oh, she's staying here, huh? It was only then I noticed Nanako was right behind me. My little sister, actually. I left her watching the house. Dear me, she sounds like quite the mother hen. We lost our parents when she was little, that's why. You could essentially say I raised her, since she's a lot younger than me and all. Oh, I see. Anyway, I didn't know you'd be staying here, too. Yes, well, I have nowhere else to go since my old house is gone. Actually, this is my first time staying at the Futami Inn, so I'm excited to see what the baths are like. Nanako abruptly paused and shot me a glance. Would you like to take one with me? You know, I was just about to deny that this is a porn game. And then a line like this pops up, you know. But good to see you, bully. Sorry, I actually just got out. Though I couldn't deny the fact that her offer made my heart skip a beat or two. Possibly because it would remind me of the night before. Oh, that's too bad. Then what about you? Will you join me? I'm still working, so I can't. What a shame. Oh well. It's been ages since I last let my hair down, so I won't let this chance pass me by. Exactly, we're just like... I'm just like serving him bullying material on a silver platter or something. And Nanako headed off to the bus. I would have been lying if I said I wasn't disappointed in myself. You seem crushed. I frantically looked away when I realized you were staring at me. You're just seeing things is all. Time to make a tactical retreat. Alright, Masaki, what are you up to? This was Masaki's second night in what had once been his room. Though still uncomfortable, he was at least a bit more relaxed than the night before. Perhaps it was finally starting to feel like his old room again. The place felt like it'd been frozen in time since the day he'd run away from home. No, since he'd left to fight in the war. Masaki opened the desk drawer. Inside was a shortened pencil. It was the very same one he'd used for drawing so many years ago. He procured some paper that had gone yellow from the years of neglect and scribbled across it. However, he wasn't drawing anything in particular. Rather, his hands were just moving mindlessly like some machine. The surface of the paper seemed brittler than the pencil lead, seeing as how each stroke of the pencil partly broke it down into powder. It'd been so long since Masaki had drawn that he didn't really remember the ropes. Thus, though he'd been trying to draw a mountain, the product certainly didn't resemble one. Did I used to envision the shape of a mountain and let my hands do the rest? Or did my hands move on their own and produce the shape of a mountain? He'd already forgotten the basics. Ayato. Karen suddenly called out to him from the hallway. Come in. A second later, his sister stepped on in, carrying a decanter on the tray. Would you like a glass? That sounds good, actually. Karen handed him a cup and poured sake into it. Faint clouds of steam wafted from the warm beverage. Cheers! Karen then poured herself a cup and took a sip. Masaki quietly followed suit. A sweet flavor soon danced across his tongue. The alcohol stung his nose before subsequently heating him to the core. Not bad. We finally shared a drink. This is a dream come true for me, you know. Oh, come on. Now you're just Masaki swiftly swallowed his words. He'd left Hitogata shortly after the war broke out, only to run away and leave everything behind not too long after he'd returned. In other words, this was the first time he'd relaxed in his house as a full-fledged adult. As such, he felt it couldn't hurt to indulge his sister a little. Masaki gulped down the contents of his cup. Here you go. Karen poured him another. Thanks. You're welcome. The siblings downed one cup after the other. Are you not going to get married, Ayato? Karen suddenly broached that topic. I doubt I could support a family, and I won't ask the Hinagamis for charity, so no. Not if I can help it. But father's arranging a marriage, isn't he? So I've heard. Masaki saw it back to Meguri. Has Nanako told you anything about it? Only a little. She said Guriko was chosen. Yeah, knowing that, I bet he'll just move on and find someone else. Masaki downed another cup. His father and grandfather probably hadn't been deterred by Meguri's murder, for in their minds Ayato's succession was already set in stone. In fact, they were probably lining up someone new for him as they spoke. Still, I have to wonder, where are they even sourcing their candidates? Yeah, that's a good question, because we don't really know who the first candidate was, right? So it was snowing outside. I watched the flakes settle down on the ground for a while, but eventually shut the window once it got too cold. December 29th was about to rear its head. A part of me wanted to end the investigation and go back to Tokyo tomorrow. But at this rate, I'd return empty-handed. Let's think this over. Ooh. Okay, now it's getting serious. We have to actually make the right decisions here. So let's save this, just in case we need to go back. I discovered the Lord Hina face was native to this region. I'd also learned that those bizarre clay dolls were used here too. However, I'd yet to find a connection. That said, there was someone who linked them to the case. And that someone was... I also learned... okay. I mean, it must be Ayato then, right? Where is he? Ah, there he is. Right, Ayato Hinagami, he was the key that tied all this together. That said, he didn't know a thing. In fact, he knew so little that it was infuriating. So little that I just wanted to give him what for. Great, now I'm frustrated and itching to slug that nitwit. Unfortunately, I wasn't dumb enough to resort to unjust violence. I'll just make up an excuse to do so anyway. Back on topic, Meguri Takamiya was also important to this case. It couldn't be a coincidence that she'd been murdered. But on the other hand, she'd been living here this whole time. As such, there weren't that many people in Tokyo she would have known. So then, did that mean her killer was someone with ties to the settlement? Who could it be? I mean... in that... if we think back to... you know, this whole business with the hotel where we tried to deduce who it was based on the times they were Nanako visited and the murder has happened. We already ruled out that it was Nanako, and the only other two options were like Karen and Naori, and we don't really know much about Naori at all. Except what we saw in the flashback, you know. Now he's working as a doctor somewhere. So I might think... I do think it could be her, you know. But I don't really have a... And the evidence that would support that is the fact that we had the murderer POV. And the murderer said... you always used to be into fashion to Meguri. And before she painted blood on her lips, right? There could have potentially been other people who knew that as well, but I feel like she is the most likely option here. That seemed as good as a guess as any. The ones with ties to both Tokyo and Hitogata were Masaki Ayato, Karen, Shizuru, Nanako, and Nanako's father. While I couldn't be sure, it was probably safe to add people such as Naori Kuroya to the list as well. Of course, it was also possible that someone else had visited Tokyo recently and I just didn't know it. At any rate, Masaki was clearly the prime suspect here, objectively speaking. He hadn't earned my vote of confidence yet, not wholly that is. Plus, he had a record, though as far as the settlement was concerned, there had never been any crime. But even with all that, I didn't believe he was a serial killer. As much as I called him a nitwit, he'd have to have been the dumbest piece of shit the earth had ever spat out to keep committing crimes that only cast further doubt on himself. Besides, I was the one who'd proved he couldn't be the culprit. But in retrospect, maybe the murders would have stopped if I'd just let Yaginuma arrest him. Okay, so that idea only served to demonstrate how central he was to these homicides. The exception was Mizuki Itose. She alone didn't appear to have any connection to him. Though that said, she'd been a member of the Blessed Congregation, which was linked to Shikusa Shrine. Could that be the connection? Anywho, suddenly I heard a knock on the door.
Hi.
Who is it? Door opened up, revealing Nanako.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
あ、沢城さんか。
Oh, it's you. I figured it wasn't you since she would have asked to come in first, but it was still a surprise to see Nanako nonetheless.
少しよろしいですか？
Could I have a minute of your time?
え
Sure, I don't see why not. I dragged my futon to the edge of the room and beckoned her over to the seat cushions.
上園さんのことあまり
I don't believe I told you all that much about Nurse Kamizono when we were back in Tokyo.
え。何かあるんですか？
Was there something important you left out? I poured hot water from the kettle above the brazier into a small teapot.
私が
Oh, allow me. Nanako picked up the pot and poured it into a teacup.
どうぞ。
Here you go. She then handed it off to me.
以前上園さんに
Not too long ago, I approached her with an arranged marriage proposal on behalf of someone. My hand froze before the teacup even reached my lips.
それは
Was the marriage to be with Ayato Hinagami?
詳細
Yes, though she refused before I could get into the details.
それはいつの話？
When was this?
私が
Remember how I told you I was the one who found Ayato first? It happened not too long ago after I reported the matter to his father.
それからしばらく経ってからです。
上園さん
I
が
see, and do you happen to know why she was chosen? No, I wasn't informed.
聞いていません。
Nanako shook her head.
上園さんのこと
Had you ever told Chizuru about Miss Kamizono?
いいえ
No, that's why I found it so surprising. The more I heard, the clearer it was that I definitely need to talk to Chizuru Hinagami. But this was big news. That meant 2 of the victims had been Masaki's prospective brides.
前にも一度お尋ねしたと思いますが、
I believe I already asked you this, but does the name Mizuki Itose ring any bells?
ええ聞いて
No, I've never heard of it.
しずるさんからも
Not even from Chizuru?
ええ
No. Then she was still the odd woman out.
上園さんが亡くなっても
It didn't take long after Miss Kamizono's murder for Miss Takamiya to be selected. Who's the current bridal
今の
candidate?
候補は誰ですか？
If I knew that, then there was a chance I could prevent a murder.
ごめんなさい。それは聞か
I'm
せ
sorry, but I haven't been informed of such matters.
聞かされてい
That
ない
means there
という
is someone, isn't there?
おそらくは
Most likely. However, they stopped using me as a go-between after Ayato learned that I had found him, so they stopped using her to handle the marriage negotiations there. Besides, I imagine they've already noticed that Ayato's bridal candidates are being murdered. No surprise there. That meant they'd probably realized it'd be prudent to keep that information on the hush, so as to prevent future murders. Not that I even knew why the killer was only going after these women, though. Wait, could that mean that Mizuki Itase was another one of the candidates? Though I was starting to see a pattern, I also couldn't rule out the possibility that there were more criteria to the victims than just that.
そろそろおいとましますね。
I think it's about time I got to bed. Nanako got up. I checked the clock and realized it was already past midnight.
また何かあったらよろしくお願いします。
Please come to me if you can think of anything else. I will.
それで
Good
は
night.
おやすみなさい。
Nanako left the room. I put my futon back in place and crawled into it once she left. Now that I'd gotten my hands on some new info, I wanted to return to Tokyo as soon as possible. Guess I'll leave tomorrow unless something else comes up then. Oh, something else is coming up. Clearly. Okay, let's have a look. Who's gonna die next? The snow intensified with the wind past midnight, creating a blizzard so strong that it erased footprints mere seconds after they were made. Perfect, I couldn't ask for better circumstances. The cloak would have been spotted fairly quickly were it a clear night, but in this weather it was all but invisible. In fact, the cloak stood in the direction of the wind, so anyone traveling that way would have to lower their head, leaving them essentially blind to their surroundings. Much like one Yuka Kirimura at the moment. She carefully ascended the snowy staircase one step at a time. The very fact that she didn't trip in the slightest marked her as a true Hitogatan. Yuka cleared the stairs and continued onward, leaving footprints behind in the virgin snow. She didn't notice anyone around her. Least of all, a hand clutching a syringe. Yuka made her way to the Forbidden Wayside Shrine in Kakurehina. However, her eyes started darting around her surroundings, perhaps finally developing scruples about what she was doing. It's time. A presence glided toward Yuka and plunged a needle into her neck. Yuka turned around, but it was too late. The Soxamysonium, socks these nuts, was already flowing through her veins. A gloved hand covered her mouth in the short time it took for the drug to kick in. Yuka tried to struggle, but no one could have possibly seen or heard her out in this spot during a blizzard. Even so, that was by no means an excuse to invite overconfidence. Yuka's tears seeped into the glove. However, it wasn't long before they became one with the blizzard. And shortly thereafter, her body went slack. Cloaked arms carried the petite woman into a cave. This was a sanctuary where they'd never be interrupted, barring the unexpected, of course. Such an apt workspace. Yuka's body was laid in a spot where she'd be safe from the blizzard. Even if the muscle relaxant wore off, she'd still freeze to death for sure if left on her own. But that would have rendered all this pointless. Yuka's sash was untied, her kimono parted open shortly thereafter. Just to be on the safe side, let me quickly see if they're not gonna show her nude or something like that. A rusty hatchet procured from a ruined house was drawn. The hand clutched firmly around its handle, hoisted the weapon up, and swung it down onto Yuka's abdomen with the swiftness of a veteran butcher. Oh yeah, that was good that I censored that, because now we have Booba in full sight. The hatchet cleaved through her like butter, only stopping her after reaching her spine. My hands are getting cold. I need to finish this fast. Oh, you poor killer. Your hand's getting cold, huh? The hatchet was swung left and right like a pendulum, widening the wound. Blood and steam emerged from Yuka. A foul stench filled the cave. With that complete, the clay doll was brought out. Hands then sank into the abdomen, Yuka's lingering heat, serving to warm their fingers like a campfire on this cold winter's night. However, that didn't change how difficult it was to move said fingers, making the following tasks difficult. Regardless, the wound was successfully stitched up, and a rope was tied around Yuka's body before dragging her away. Yuka's corpse was brought back to the shrine archway, her blood trail atop the snow erased along the way. It was subsequently hung from there. Yuka's upper half pitched forward, loosening the wound on her abdomen. Gloved hands seized her shoulders and corrected her posture, creating clear proof that she'd been killed by the curse of Lord Hina. The blizzard grew stronger still. Feet shielded by boots lightly brushed snow over the nearby blood splatter, and drag marks to hide them, taking care not to leave behind any conspicuous footprints as they left the scene. Oh, Lord. Well, well. Although it is possible that they are gonna show her in a second again. Yeah, I don't know. Should I maybe call it here for today? Or should we let at least have a quick look at the reaction to this murder. Yeah, let's do a little bit more. And then Masaki awoke to find the house in complete pandemonium. Too cold to get out of his futon, he tried to comprehend what was happening as his mind struggled to wrench itself free from the shackles of slumber. I think someone just got here. It sounded like his grandmother was the one who'd answered the door, while the one running through the hallway seemed to be Karen. Ayato. And then, almost as if on cue, Karen flung the door open and rushed inside. What's going on? Masaki finally got out of his futon. Well, I wonder, did they really select Yuka as his bride after all that? You'd think that marrying him off to a servant wouldn't fly at all, but you know. Masaki finally got out of his futon. It's Miss Kirimura. She. What? Masaki's jaw dropped once he surmised where this was going. She was killed at the shrine. No, it can't be. Why? Grandmother's about to go check, Ayato. Masaki's mind was reeling. Why was Miss Kirimura murdered? What did she do? Did she see or hear something she shouldn't have? I mean, we don't know why exactly she was going to the shrine. That would be interesting to find out. He racked his brain, but nothing about her attitude the night before suggested anything unusual. Perhaps because he'd been fast asleep, he hadn't heard any unusual sounds after going to bed either. Ayato. Karen's voice brought Masaki back to reality. Oh, sorry. Anyway, someone with the police is here. He wants to have a word with you. With me? Is it Tokisaka? Perhaps you had shared with Karen her initial misconception that Reiji was with the police, resulting in this misunderstanding. I'll be right there. Just let me get changed first. Alright. Karen left the room. Why? Why does everyone around me keep dying? Am I supposed to be some kind of grim reaper who brings death everywhere he goes? I knew it. I knew I should have killed myself when I had the chance. No, stop it. Getting down in the dumps won't help anything. That wasn't to say he could just cheer up at the moment's notice, though. Masaki entered the living room to find someone other than Reiji waiting for him. Ooh, I bet he didn't want to see this guy. Although now we know that he has no idea that he killed Saya. Inspector Inui, right? Are you sure you shouldn't be attending to the scene of the crime? That's none of your concern. Have a seat if you would. Masaki sat directly across from Inui on the other side of the hearth. Are you aware of what's transpired? All I know is that Miss Kirimura was killed at the shrine. And were you told how she was killed? Masaki shook his head. I see. Inui nodded but didn't clarify further. Is he hiding the facts from me? Well, it appears she was killed in the exact same manner Meguri Takamiya was back in Tokyo. What? But before Masaki could brace himself and ask for more details, Inui beat him to the punch. Sadly, the truth was exactly as he'd feared. What were you doing last night? I went to bed around midnight. He suspects me. Of course he does. Anyone would suspect the person who just came from the scene of the last murder. Can anyone corroborate your alibi? Inui's cross-examination was perfectly by the book. Masaki had developed somewhat of a resistance to such tactics, though thanks to all the times that obnoxious police superintendent had put him through them back in Tokyo. A relative of mine can, but that's as good as worthless, isn't it? Did you notice that the victim had left your house? Inui ignored Masaki's question and asked another of his own. No, I hadn't. And when was the last time you saw her? Inui droned on and on with his questions. Masaki answered them all to the best of his ability. He had no reason to lie. Though someone who'd been like family to him had died, his heart was like stone, oddly enough. He seemed rather calm about all of this. And as expected, Inui picked up on that fact. What are you implying? You were temporarily detained as a suspect in Meguri Takamiya's murder, the way I hear it. And this time the murder happened after you came to town. Inui sized Masaki up with his serpentine eyes. You suspect me, why not just come out and say it? You suspect anyone with a connection to the victim. Way to be as roundabout as possible. Despite his claims to the contrary, it was clear Inui had set his sights on Masaki and Masaki alone. Could you show me the crime scene? Out of the question, I can't have someone disturbing the crime scene before the investigation squad arrives. Then you should hurry back there as soon as possible. Officer Takayama is a resident of this settlement, so if the local powers try to put the squeeze on him, he won't be able to say no. A deep voice boomed through the living room, filling Masaki's heart with hope. Okay. I fought back the urge to sigh as I stared at the two men sitting around the hearth. Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki's dopey face lit up with hope as soon as he saw me. Questioning this guy won't get you anywhere. He's not the killer, just the unlucky bastard these crimes are happening around. You said your name was Tokisaka, didn't you? I don't remember giving you my name, though. Did you get it out of Officer Takayama? I deliberately provoked Inui. Do you have any proof that he's innocent? And yet his tone remained as dry as ever. Of course not, but there's no evidence that points to him either, is there? And that goes for everyone currently in this settlement. Nanako Sawashiro told me about the murder this morning, so I hurried over to the crime scene ASAP, but Officer Takayama had sealed off the pass and wouldn't let me through. And since so many people had stopped to see what was going on, it had been impossible to find the victim and culprit's footprints amidst the fresh snow. I'd wanted to go to the shrine as well, but the only way up was blocked, foiling my plan. As such, I came here and found exactly what I'd expected to see. Could you give me permission to visit the crime scene? Let a civilian inspect the site of a homicide? You must be joking. Yeah, I can't say I didn't see that coming. It would only be until your bodies arrive, of course. I won't touch the body or any of the evidence either. If it's still not good enough, you can have the MPD take full responsibility if I screw up. Of course, if I did screw something up, Yaginuma would probably blow a fuse and order me shot on sight. As if I'd ever let myself be in debt to Tokyo, not to mention have them owe me anything. Man, you really would find this guy's picture if you looked up stubborn in a dictionary, wouldn't you? Dead aside, what could be better than having the MPD owe you one? Besides, it'll make it easier for us to provide you with info. Acting like you're doing me a favor won't change anything when they were the ones being stingy to begin with. So he figured out that the MPD was being tight-fisted with her information, did he? I wanted to believe that he didn't know what we did, but we'd have no room to make a deal with him otherwise. So, what say you share everything that you know? Though quiet, his menacing aura left no ground to deny him. I'm game, so as long as you show me the crime scene, do whatever you'd like with the guy. Ultimately, I caved first. But it was only a little. I was treading dangerous water here. I knew it. Fine, just stay out of my way. Also, let me restrain him. Sure, knock yourself out. Hey, Mr. Tokisaka. Masaki lost his head and dogged me when his slow brain finally caught up to what was happening. I know you have the manpower to do so, so what do you say we just stick to keeping him locked indoors? I suppose that'll do. Inui nodded. Well, you heard the man. Consider yourself under house arrest, for the time being. Don't you dare think about making a break for it, you hear? I won't, but... Masaki's eyes were demanding an explanation. Much as I wanted to have him give me a hand with the investigation, I couldn't very well do that without Inui hounding us. Karen Hinagami's still in this house, right? Let's have her watch over him. Or do you not trust a family member with the task? Fine, but let me get someone else to relieve her once backup arrives. Inui rose to his feet. We're going to the crime scene. Tell me what you know on the way. Deal. And so I decided to leave Masaki behind and get a move on. I just want to make sure that we're not gonna be exposed to Booba again right away. This is the first I've heard of any serial killings. Inui reacted exactly as expected once I filled him in on what he'd been kept. Oh my god, on what he'd been kept in the dark about, specifically Mayu Kamizono and Mizuki Ito's murder. You were only told about Meguri Takamiya because she was a Hitogata resident, while the other two weren't. I'll have the MPD forward the relevant files to you later. It was the least I could have Yaginuma do. And you proved the Hinagami boy's clean? I believe he is, at least. Like I said, the murders are just happening around him. Hard to deny he's connected to the case, though. Yeah, which is exactly why I brought him along. Part of it was to keep an eye on him. Never would have imagined there'd be another murder here, though. It was only natural that he was the prime suspect after all this. What about you, though? I know you don't seriously believe he's the killer. What makes you think that? Because it's not the killer you're trying to expose, it's the truths behind the settlement's customs that date back decades. It's because it's a custom that he's on my list of suspects. So he's not denying it. Because the Hinagamis and Shigusas are perpetuating the curse. Inui stopped in his tracks. There's no proof of that. No, but it would be a piece of cake for the region's leaders to cover it up. And if any traitors were to turn up, they could just kill them and pass it off as the curse. Though this is nothing more than speculation. You should watch your tongue around these parts. Never know who's listening in a land ruled by a curse and a select few elites. It appeared that was his idea for warning. Right, we're not at the shrine yet, by the way, so they're just having a chat on the road. I asked him in hushed tones, even though no one was around. Not inside her, no, but there were signs. Oh, wait, did we miss something here? Anyway, was there a clay doll found in Miss Kirimura's abdomen? Okay. But the lump of clay fell to the ground. The victims in Tokyo had been stitched up. Did that mean the killer had gotten sloppy this time? Who found the body? Kensei Shigusa, the shrine's senior priest. No, his predecessor passed away, so I guess that he's the chief priest now. He claims to have called us as soon as he found the body, but, well... It sounded like he didn't really believe that. That's all I can say for now. Inui stopped himself there and pointed ahead. A crowd had gathered in front of the shrine archway. They appeared to be concerned villagers who'd heard the ruckus. Fortunately, Yuzuru Kuroya was there to keep them from going up to the shrine. Come on, just tell us what happened. There will be an announcement from the Hinagamis or Shigusas later, so please stay back. Despite their heated questions, the mob was surprisingly docile. I mean, we probably had to influence, had the influence of the building up the steps. Shigusa Shrine to Sank. Oh, okay. Isn't there anything you can do about them, Inspector Inui? Yuzuru hailed Inui once he saw him. I'd be grateful if you could keep up the good work until my backup arrives. Hey, Inspector, what's going on here? Saizo, who was standing at the front of the mob, changed his target to Inui. All will be explained in due time. Inui simply climbed up the stairs, clearly in no mood to elaborate. I reluctantly chose to follow him. Ooh la la. Okay, yeah, this... Eventually we reached the apex of the stairs. Oh, Inspector Inui. Takayama had refused to budge an inch when I'd stopped by a short while earlier. Yet he cleared the path for Inui as soon as he saw him. Guess that's only natural. A woman was kneeling on the shrine archway up ahead. Oh la la. Okay, let me see. It was Yuka Kirimura, mate to the Hinagami family. The way her arms were tied with ropes to the archway and how she was pitched slightly forward were reminiscent of the victims in Tokyo. I crouched down and offered a prayer. Allow me to investigate as much as I can without touching the body, that is. Refrain from getting anywhere near the body too. I don't want your footprints compromising the crime scene. That didn't exactly give me much to work with, but I'd have to make do. I got up and regarded the crime scene as I began my investigation. Okay, so we have to investigate on... Oh wait, we probably should save here as well. Okay, so let's have a look at her. I looked over Yuka Kirimura's body. We'd only spoken a handful of times. Thus, cruel as it was, I saw her as nothing more than a barely familiar face. Though I was sure the villagers, Masaki included, felt differently. Anyway, let's see what I can find here. I studied her neck, but there were no bruises or rope burns to suggest she'd been strangled. Her head displayed no traces of contusions either. I wanted to test the possibility that she'd been drugged, but it was impossible to glean anything from her complexion thanks to the body's prolonged exposure to the bitter cold. She was about the best examination I could manage without a coroner or forensics officer around. Yeah, Mommy Natsume is not here this time. Ropes were tied to her wrists, each secured around opposite sides of the archway. Though currently frozen solid, it was clear they hadn't been used to restrain her for the kill. No, they were solely to set up that gruesome display. This parody of a crucifixion that was left here for all to see. Okay, blood had pooled between the victim's legs. It would probably drip out from the gaping wound to her abdomen. However, there was relatively little blood for such a large incision. Okay, what else can we click at? It was impossible for the time being to confirm how the culprit had kept her from running or fighting back. The body was clad in a kimono. However, the sash had been untied, exposing her bare skin. The killer probably did that to cut her open. Anything else there? Okay, not really, no. What about the surroundings? No, I can't click anything in the surrounding area. No. Is there a doll somewhere here? Didn't feel like there was a whole lot of blood on the snow. But it didn't he say that the doll was somewhere on the ground? Can't see it, to be honest. Yuka Kirimura's kimono was spread apart, her abdomen painted with blood. But while it was hard to make out the wound through all the blood and snow, said abdomen wasn't abnormally swollen. I studied the wound in question and noticed that there was still sewing thread left. There were no signs it'd been caught by forensics though. Rather, it appeared the skin had burst apart, leaving only the thread. Is there no clay doll because forensics already removed it? Or somebody from the shrine actually. Oh, what's that? There was several footprints around the body. They appeared relatively recent though, so they were probably Kensei's from when he'd found the body. Couldn't tell if any of those footprints had been left at the time of the crime. However, it could make out a faint red trail upon closer inspection. The killer had probably tried to hide the bloodstained snow after the murder, but it seemed he hadn't been as thorough as they'd hoped. Does that mean she was murdered somewhere else and then dragged over here? Okay. So we found that out. What else could we click? Yeah. Wait, what did that say? Satsuki's body had been staged similarly to hers all those years ago, from what I've been told. Okay. Well, we can always come back to it, right? If this is not it. So let's end the investigation for now. Okay. Was worried for a second. You saw what I wanted to hide there. That was about all I could do with no coroner, no permission to approach the body. I offered the body another silent prayer before rising to my feet. Blood trail continues over to a cave further ahead, making it the probable candidate for the scene of the murder. It sounded like the killer had been trying to avoid any prying eyes. However, we had a far bigger issue at the moment. It's not there, huh? What isn't? The clay doll, you said it fell to the ground, right? Are you keeping it somewhere? I scanned the whole area around the body, and while there were indeed faint bloodstains around with indications of disrupted snow, the aforementioned clay doll had been nowhere in sight. Ridiculous, it should be right there. He knew he pointed to a spot on the snow, but all I saw was splatters of blood and small chunks of clay. Get over here, Officer Takayama. He knew he'd summoned Takayama. You wanted to see me, sir? Where did the evidence that was over there go? Huh? I don't know. Takayama's jaw went slack in bewilderment. Pardon me, but do you remember anyone going near the corpse? I cut in and asked both of them that question. There were a few, Kensei Shigusa being one of them. Also, Mariku Hinagami was summoned to ID the body. I'm sure the doll was here before I left. And I made sure not to let anyone near after he went... Wait. Takayama gasped. Someone passed through here? Well... Takayama glanced over the shrine. Was it one of the Shigusas, or... She came back not too long ago and said she wanted to go to the shrine, so I let her through. You're talking about Mariku Hinagami, aren't you? Takayama feebly nodded. It was perfectly plausible to assume she'd taken the clay doll. And if her goal had been to hide evidence, then... I'll go take a look. Kicked off the snow. My mad dash took me through the shrine archway up to the pitifully shoveled road. Okay. Guess we can get rid of this now. And on to the shrine grounds. I'd never met Mariku Hinagami. All I knew was that she had to be fairly old to be Masaki's grandmother, so I just looked for someone in that age range. Did you find her? He knew he had arrived, hot on my heels. He wasn't even panting, likely a testament to his position as an active cop. Don't know, you tell me. I indicated the woman who emerged from behind the shrine. That's her, alright. He knew he dashed away. I followed, grimacing at the sensation of snow melting into my shoes. Shinagami. Inui wasted no time addressing Mariko as soon as he reached her.
なんでしょう。
Yes. Mariko turned around. She wasn't holding anything. However,
土いじりをなさったのですか？
a little too old to be playing with dirt, wouldn't you agree? Her fingertips were laced with a faint brown discoloration.
何のことでしょう。
Whatever are you talking about? Mariko wiped her fingers on the hem of her kimono.
失礼。
Excuse me. I passed her by and checked behind the shrine. There I found signs that someone had stomped all over the ground, along with clumps of dirt scattered atop the snow.
壊したのか。
You destroyed it.
何をですか。
Destroy what? Does she seriously think we'll buy that?
この雪を踏み固め
Those footprints in the snow are probably a match for your sandals. I dug through the snow with my numbing fingers as I said that.
証拠隠滅
They'll be charged with the destruction of evidence. Inui grabbed Mariko's arm.
たたりなど
Curse did not happen.
起こってはおりません。
Mariko's tone was flat yet decisive.
ミコは
The oracle is not present. The curse could not have possibly happened. The oracle is not present. That was the first time I'd heard that stated so definitively by someone clearly in the know. Though honestly, denying the curse was as good as confirming there had indeed been a clay doll. I scooped some of the broken dirt up into my handkerchief. It felt like clay, probably because of the snow it had absorbed. However, collecting every last piece didn't seem feasible.
ひながみさん
Please return home, Miss Hinagami, and do make sure not to touch anything at the crime scene.
にならないように
Inui shooed Mariko away. You sure we should leave her to her own devices?
逃亡の恐
She
れは
won't run, trust me. Besides, the disruption of the crime scene is a greater issue here. I mean, yeah, she doesn't seem the type to flee the settlement, but still.
巫女がいないからたたりが起こるはず
You heard the part where she said the curse couldn't have happened without the oracle around, right?
建前に過ぎ
Ignore it, that's just their official story. We've bigger fish to fry. Inui pointed at my handkerchief.
この辺りに散ら
The
ばった
dirt is probably all that remains of the clay doll.
人形の慣れの果てでしょう
重要な
It's crucial evidence. I can't allow you to take it with you.
持ち出すことは許さん
So we saw right through me, huh?
一部で構いませんよ
Really, just a little shouldn't be an issue.
科学捜査
Want to get this analyzed by the MPD's crime labs to establish a link between it and the serial killings back in Tokyo.
こちらにも鑑識はある
We have our own crime lab, you know.
結果が出る頃には
I'll probably be back in Tokyo before they're done with it, so it would be more convenient on my end to have the MPD look into it as well. Couldn't afford to yield.
ところで
By the way, did you get a photo of the clay doll? I split the dirt I'd collected between us as I asked that question.
初動で高山巡査が
Officer Takayama photographed the crime scene once he got there. I'll send the photos to Tokyo once they're developed. It felt like we'd built a weak yet stable trust with one another, or at least that was what I had hoped.
では土の一部は東京で分
Then
析
I'll take some of the dirt back to Tokyo and have it analyzed there. Is that acceptable?
うん
I suppose. Though I had to get a little pushy at successfully won Inui over.
では現状に
And
戻
let's
りましょう
return to the crime scene. I fear for what could happen there without you keeping an eye on things. Now that things were looking up for me, I kept striking first over and over so Inui didn't have a chance to take the reins again. Okay, back to work. Okay, I don't know if they're just gonna show the body again in a second, so... Yep. There it is. Okay, let's make it a little bit smaller. So we can at least see something, right? The path to the shrine was the only way back to the settlement. Thus, Inui and I marched down it together.
乾警部県警の方々は
Inspector Inui, when will the reinforcements from Toyama get here? Takayama ran over to Inui as soon as he saw us.
早くても
No earlier than this evening,
もう少しここで
so I'll need you to keep watch for a while longer.
はあ
Yes, sir. That sounded less like compliance and more like resignation.
し
But sir, won't leaving the body out in the open complicate the autopsy? There's no need to worry about that. The corpse won't be too quick to decay in today's weather. Why not just ask the Kuroya clinic to handle her autopsy? Surely there had to be a good reason he hadn't resorted to such an obvious solution. Neither of them are coroners. Besides, I don't trust them. I wondered if he would have felt differently had Yuzuru not originally been a Hinagami. After all, they cremated Saya Shigusa without notifying us of her death. Wasn't that because she passed from natural causes? I played dumb even though I already knew the whole story. The boy ran away right before she died, so I'm thinking he knows something about it. Now, why would he tell me that? What's he playing at? Is it a feint? Now let's get going. You wanted to question Mariko Hinagami, right? I still had control of the situation for the time being. I just hoped it stayed that way for a little longer. Okay. Yeah, let's just leave it at this for now. I'll quickly go over it again tomorrow before we start. So, yeah, no need to worry if that last part kind of got lost. But yeah, be that as it may, thank you for stopping by. We did have some quite impressive numbers for the time until my internet ruined it. But yeah, no, it's unfortunate, you know. Anywho, thank you for stopping by. And yeah, until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye-bye.